let's say, give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Why, hello. Isn't it true that Baylor used to play hardcore? Yes. My first, like, I don't know, fucking many thousand hours was in hardcore. My first 100's in hardcore. I have a few demis from winning hardcore races. And then I got old. Then I took an arrow to the knee. Okay, I have bombed. 8 out of 10 stream. I need. Oh, you've come to the wrong place. I don't have that streamer client luck. Not when it comes to any sort of gambling or any sort of crafting or anything like that. It just, like, horrendously bad. Just as a rule, I don't do any of the gambling stuff for people. It ends up taking too long. Suddenly, everybody wants it. You're doing it like 10 times a day. My dude, are you coming? Did you disconnect trying to get to King's March? For the service? No. I don't do it. I'm playing the non-anime Guardian version. C gave me a mage blood today. Jesus. And I'm wondering what else I should do to up the damage. C gave me a... Why did that not come through to that chat? Hold up. No, I tested it right before I started. Why is the YouTube chat not there? I mean, I don't actually know what the answer is, by the way. Like, most likely the answer is actually just sell it. What do you think Poison Trap is good? Poison Seismic? I'm pretty sure Seismic Trap can be good. I don't know if Poison Seismic Trap is necessarily the way to go there. It just... Like, I feel like you could do the lightning, for instance. And lightning would be better. Oops. Lol. I mean, that pays for 2 maps. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I sent my mapper to do a tier 17. It did a tier 17, got a fragment, and the fragment is worth twice as much as the map was. That's fine, right? I've just written a Holy Relic recently. Really, solo self-found is it viable for solo self-found? Viable is such a wide, like, answer. Like, technically yes, if you're already good and you know what you're doing. But if you have to ask, I would not suggest that you run Holy Relic in solo self-found. It can definitely be done, but like, I just don't think it's particularly solo self-found friendly. Like, I don't want to say you can't do it in solo self-found because, like, your very, very good solo self-found connoisseurs definitely could. But It's not incredibly friendly and easy for it. Got a lock earlier. Good start to the day. That is a good start. You considered clearing the map to do some altar standings for the abyss mods themselves. Considered it, and if I wanted the most out of every single map, that is definitely what you should do. But then I have to run the maps twice, and I don't wanna. I sort of usually try and clear one side to the boss and do any altars on the way there, and then just do them all on the way back. I've been playing Valak, it's lots of fun following on the vids. I'm just wondering what big purchases to go first. I found about 40 div today. Big items that you recommend. I mean, like, what's a +1 Diala's worth? Because that one's pretty big. It looks like you can pick them up for 55. With the right Caspira and a possible escape you can get. Yes. Yes, I do know that. You can also put one here and get 4 slumlords. You can also put one here and get 2 slumlords for a single point each. There are plenty of other places. Yeah, this is a good idea. My survive seems really good. Some more damage would be nice. Yeah, so do you already have a 30% ashes? That's the big question. Do you already have a 30% ashes? My ashes is 25. Okay. Well, that's not doing anything. I don't even think that brings you above the 52. Is the original Sinnoh good on the Merc? It is before you, if you don't do the occultist change that I'm doing right now, or that I've already done, but it's good before that. Shimmer jumps back from 70 to 50. Locked into because of holy. That's bone offering. That's bone offering. A 30% ashes is like 10 div. Right. So I'd probably get that first then, yeah. Grab that first and then save for the +1 Dialas. And while you have a 30% ashes and no Dialas, you should just have a level 20, 23 quality gem. And then when you can get the +1 Dialas, you can get a 2120 like I've got. And the level 4 enhance. And then you'll hit the next breakpoint. Did you literally drop 2 mirrors? I did. As a stack too. Okay, I do not know if this is gonna lose me money or make me money. Damn it. That one's still got a level 4 in it. You know what? I'd rather just burn that map and not have to worry about it. There we go. Every day I check spell and it goes up another div. Wow, it's still at 100 to 105. I got a mage blood from a voidborn the second day in a row. Jesus. Yeah, it was going down. It was down to 84. Okay, well. Today I have all 3 atlases running tier 17 maps. I don't. Burning gold. I mean, I've got like 8.7 million gold just in the town. I'm not really concerned about the gold portion. Oh, that's fucking insane. Goddamn. What was the final breakpoint? The final breakpoint is 128, which you can't hit even with a 30% ashes. You need a +1 Dialas and a level 4 enhance to reach. So with just the ashes, that's 30%. You need a 23% quality gem to hit 52, or 22% quality, I guess. And you just sit at the 52. You can just use a level 20. Use a level 20, 23 if you can't. Like, just do that. Oh, sorry, to sit at the 82, yeah. Just do that until you can afford to buy a +1, and then you can use the enhance setup to hit 128. You can also just never hit 128, by the way. You actually don't need to. You can just buy a +2 minion instead of a +1 all. Like I've never hit 128 before this league. Look at going to waste without a 21 bone offering. I mean, he gets... Where is it getting +2 from globals? One comes from there. And one comes from there. Where's the extra? Oh. Once you give you level 5 work enhanced hit 128. That's true, but I did only run that for like a map or 2 and then was like, this is too good, I can't get used to it. Take it back. It's too expensive. I can't do it. I did manage to pick up one of these for 18 div this morning instead of like 22. And I was just like, that's like 4 div off. I'll buy it. So Oops, when did the double mirror drop? That wasn't for me. Lily got that. I saw it in a compilation. Add sockets to it. Yeah, I wish those things can only have one socket. God, I wish it could have 4 sockets. Jesus, that would be so much damage. Or risk someone edifice. Yep, that's what I'm running. We'd be complaining about that helm price. Yeah, because every single merc for every single build would be wearing it. If it had 4 sockets, that would be the only helm any merc was wearing. You would be wearing that, or you would be too broke to be wearing that, and those would be the only 2 options. Dropping. Nice. Well, there go many of my minions. I just can't stop them from dying to volatile cores. There's no way I can't stop them. Keep it alive. I can't keep it alive in no region. Animate Guardians minions aren't affected by no region maps. They regen anyway. Then why does it die? I mean, I can't answer that, but it's not because of that map mod. It's definitely because of something else.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ooh. Digital marking, thank you very much for the prime. How do you have unreserved mana with each one of those buffs taking up 25% mana? By having reduced mana reservation on the tree. I got 425s and then I've got some percentage reduced reservation. There's such a mode where you go kill tons of stuff and then everything drops and you stop killing. I would like it if every mechanic was like that, like Alva. Like how you do Alva and then at the end of the Alva you get all your loot. I would like it if this breach and all of the hordes that came with it just didn't drop anything on the floor until I killed the tower. The breach opens, I kill everything. When the breach shuts, like the breach sprinters do, but all the loot just pops onto the floor at the end. Like, that is how I would like all things to behave, but I do not think that'll ever happen. I'm pretty sure they hate that idea. I'm sure they said something about it at some point. Should I get a Svalin or a +1 Dialas first? That's up to you. You're just asking, do I want more damage right now or more tank right now? That's all you're asking? That's sort of up to you though. Ew. I forget what their reasoning was for saying that that was not going to happen. I just remember they said no. Difference in the Merc helmet change. That's like my first map, so I don't really know yet. What was the change? I put on the Delve helmet. The one that has -10 all res and a bunch of added chaos. Okay, did you buy it with the white socket? I just bought a blanching from Faustus for like 300 chaos or something and made it a white socket. They're all fucking volatiles. Every goddamn map. Here's a triple implicit on after 7 hours of beasts. Absolutely not. cultist pops still as satisfying as ever? They really are. Do you have to re-numlock every single time you enter a map? Yes. Yes. Which is like not fantastic, but it's better than not having a caster mastery. Is there any news on the Pee-wee 2 update? Who cares? No. Ah. It's out for blood today. I don't know, man. I just... I see brothers. Arctic armor 21 would be yes, but it's already 21 because of the +1 all. I don't think 22 does anything. Oh, 22 gives you the... Oh. You know what? I should do that then. Can a headhunter be used in this build? I just dropped one. Honestly, it's questionable whether or not I should even be using a mage blood. I don't think you should be using a headhunter. Ah. Who's pre-nerfed? No, these are the nerfed ones that I self-roll. They're not even 8 mod corrupteds. It's on for what? And getting the offering back. Doable? A lot to lose? Definitely not the way I would do it. I like this way better, but certainly possible. Wouldn't be something I would consider at all at the price these forbiddens were when I bought them. And even if these forbiddens are like 10 or 15 div each, this would still be the way to go. Ah, close. Okay. We're probably not. Probably still not the answer. At the price they were yesterday, I would be far more willing to go with 4 white triads and then just work out another way. Right? Like, it's all just cost. It's all just what does it cost and is it worth it? That's all. Okay, real quick. I've now ran like 3 maps. And I feel like I didn't really notice that helmet. That's a 22 div helmet. I will put a regular fucking helmet back on again. Is Leocast somehow better? Honestly, attack lead should do barely anything. Should. I think you still think it would be worth. I mean, from the Merc, they don't get the -10, right? But it is also, there is also another 47 to 61 flat there, as well as. I mean, if you're dropping poison, why do you even need Adorned? don't know why my damage is suddenly so low. That was 40 mil yesterday. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 37, 40 when I don't have the caster mastery on. Okay, so let's just go over here. And then so 37.195 million. Then let's comment that out, which is quite big. And then put in the lines from this thing, which are you and nearby allies. 47 to 61. Have 47 to 61 added chaos damage. That's basically a Learcast. That's just straight up worth fuck all. I might as well put my Learcast on. That's actually cooked. Even if they are nearby. I think just because we have so much flat because of that envy, yeah. Well, the thing is, my Learcast comes with regenerate 2% life. Makes him tankier. It's only the helmet socket, and that helmet can only have one socket. White socket ones are 30 plus. No way. No way. It only costs fucking 300 chaos for an Omen of Blanching. You can just turn them white. Because Minix are using exclamation mark MTS. MTS? MTX. Okay. If you say so, buddy. Buddy pal. I'm not your pal, friend. Anyway. Well, ivories are shot sellers. It's not just ivories. It's just that I'm only selling ivories because that's where all my favorites are. But you can pick still. Basilica, ivory, what's the other one? Maces, strands, grave trough, and there's one other somewhere. Therefore, one of two things. They're either somebody buying them to scry, or they're ones that are mass bought for Alk and Go, or sometimes Scour and Go style strats. So they're all the different strats that like don't maintain their own maps, basically. It's not specifically ivory, but it is specifically very few maps. Jungle Valleys were selling earlier, but they appear to have stopped. So my maces sell out, my silos sell out, my strands sell out. Just like 3 or 4 days ago, my waste pools were selling out, but they stopped. So I guess people aren't running waste pool anymore. Guardian, the Lee cast will give you better damage overall than the second one. Fair. I see you have a little leveling protection hanging out in your inventory. yeah. I just want to hit level 100, man. But I can't stop myself from doing shit like this. Be like triple cursed with 100% extra, 185% extra as a random element, 24% monster damage and volatile cores. And I'm just like, what I should do is just go sit in a 5-way for like half an hour or something, or however long, just get the level and then never worry about it again. Those legacy maps, those rolls are high? No, none of them are legacy maps. I just chaos spam them. These are just 6 mod chaos spammed maps. All of them. This is why it's like not a big deal. This is why that nerf like wasn't really that big of a deal. You can just roll your maps to look like that. Which maps do you scry to Canyon? So I don't run the maps only drop as your favorite. So I keep all of the good maps that people want for this shit. Like just anything that's a remotely good map, like Silo or Dunes or Defiled Cathedral or like any of those that people are running. And then I just Horizon all the garbage ones. Oh, they asked what you scry. Right, my bad. I did Ivory Temple. You filter blade maintenance while you... Ooh, actually, we need a bit of an update to filter blade. I could These don't exist in Ivory Temple? Sure they do. 5 ways are horrible from 99 to 100. It's 4% XP per run. I mean, that sounds like I only need 12 runs. Also. I've got 530-ish div and a fully kitted Doriani's Merc. What should I re-roll into? Fucking whatever you want. Looks a whole relic the same as Poison SRS. They can be in an ideal world, yes. You just don't need the Zealotry here. But otherwise, the Malevolence one is pretty good if you... It depends on if you're keeping the sword or not. If you're keeping the sword, then you want the Malevolence one. This will actually be more damage if you get this guy and then you change your sword for a wand. That'll be better. Technically, your Envy is still better than this one because you have aura effect and generosity and etc. But it becomes way better when you decide, oh, I'll just run Anger for even more damage. And then also get a wand. And then also get like +1 level and some minion damage and like other shit on it, right? Right. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'm really considering, I have a Breach Atlas still. And I am considering just being like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna run Breach for just XP. Just run Breach for XP. I'll probably hit 100 today and it'll be safe. Don't know. Right, I'll be back in just a second.
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
All right. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just keep doing the thing we're doing. Boom. I need something to scry a canyon. Lazy Exile has an XP breach strat. Ooh. What the fuck are you? Oh, it's that new thing. Oh, is that really that cheap? Check for good rolls. What is a fucking roll? Doesn't matter for me. I mean, I've got a low roll, but even a perfect one is still 20 chaos. What if we fucking up that life a lot and got the max roll on block? Okay, if you get like a max everything, it's like 13 div apparently. The only reason you linked at 8/9 is just something like Molten Shell. I actually changed it to Steel Skin. Molten Shell is based on your armor, and we don't have any of that. But Steel Skin is just a big flat number. Is not linked to anything. For the caster mastery, nah, you have to actually have mines for detonating mines to work, but then also automation skills you automate don't actually proc the caster mastery. What's proccing the caster mastery is just automation turning on and off, which we are doing with the numlock trick. Just confused with detonate mines. So I changed it to Steel Skin, but the spell that's there doesn't really matter. It's just the automation turning on and off. The numlock trick. Yeah, it's exclamation mark numlock. I was wondering why Wealthy Exile said I had 4 diff of ambush scarabs. Turns out I had actual metric shit ton of them. Yeah. Oh. I mean, the Omen saved me. You only lose 1% XP when you have an Omen on. But just don't die again. Yeah. Wiki says only I've gotten 2 from Broken is good luck. It can also drop from the altar mod divination cards that give random stacks of random currencies. It can also drop from any diviner strongbox. It can also come from any void card. Anything like that. Isn't the Omen 75%? You're right. You're right. So you still lose 2.5% when you die with an Omen in your inventory. What extra 30 left enemy hits can't be evaded sword. I think it's worth it for the extra point. It's certainly an option. Boom. Boom. Oh. What about that? Breach Lord, 2 breaches, cannot evade. Packs of Mapbosh. I don't know what that shrine is, but that's fine. It's 40 div, I sold one. No, this is my little pile of ones I'm gonna run. I was gonna run them when I hit level 100. I got a little grouping. We've got 2 foiled forbiddens on runnable maps. I've got an Emperor's Mastery on a runnable map, an Impossible Escape on a runnable map, and a Watcher's Eye, and a Sublime Vision. They're all maps I can run. I have lost around 50 div in failed abyss socket fractures at this point. Yeah, that happens. I think I can reach 100 for the first time before I'm done with this league. I always get stuck at 96 for some reason. I mean, 96 is the 96 is like, it's very common that 96 is people's maximum level. There you go. Boom. And then, can you help me fix my build, please? There's just not enough information in that post. Like, help you fix it how? Like, what's wrong with it? Like, there's so much more. More? More puzzle boxes? Not enough damage for tier 17s. There's no shot. There's no shot you don't have enough damage. What the fuck is that? Hold on. It wouldn't matter. I run all of those things. Damn. I also run a void poison in tier 17s. I don't even care. Okay, that's all done. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, so we're on Joffrey's. So we're still in Temper Shield. Flesh and Stone. Where are you getting the Avoid Shock for the Storm Shroud from? Good jewel. Happy with that. Happy with the placement. Bet you got that way cheaper too. So what is... You're already immune to everything. Storm Shroud is doing nothing. We're 4% short on poison. I'd rather fix that. The back node here is a bit odd. Right, hang on. 34.8 million and you don't have enough for tier 17s? I was comfortably blasting them on 20. This is also wrong. So 38.4. 38.7. It's literally we don't take notables because they're bad. Just take the travel notes. Oh, is the mana messed up? Good question. Oh, it's mana. Yeah, you do not have 34 million DPS. In fact, I'd be willing to bet in game you've probably only got about 12. Good shout. Okay, so you should have 34 million DPS, but you don't because you're running out of mana all the time. You regen mana so quickly you're not noticing it, but if you go and pay attention, you'll notice that your Lancing Steel of Splaying is blinking. And so like what's probably happening is you're doing an auto attack to the air twice and then throwing one Lancing Steel and then doing 2 more auto attacks and then 1 Lancing Steel. But they'll always look like there are projectiles around because you're still doing Lancing Steels. So it doesn't like look bad, but you're just not proccing all of your shit. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw this Storm Shroud gem away because it does literally nothing. It just doesn't do anything. Now let me be slightly more specific just so that you understand why. Okay. Your boots are not going to give you immune to chill. So you're going to have to use the Brine King Ascendancy for immune to chill. Or like at least the 50% reduced effective chill. You're going to have that. So you're going to have to change to that. But that's fine. That's the only thing that we've got left in the build. You were already immune to shock because of Tempest Shield. You're already immune to freeze because of Arctic Armor. You're already immune to sap because it doesn't matter how much damage we take. You're already immune to brittle because Agab is on either your Animate Guardian or your Merc. We're basically immune to everything. The only thing we're not immune to is Ignite. Now, let's look. So you've got 2 fire res tattoos you don't need. So we can clear 2 of them off. Are we still using... I don't know how you're getting bleed immunity. Right, so the first... I don't know how you're bleed immune. You might be getting bled to death. Also, this is an avoid being shocked flask. Change that. Right, cool. In that case, change that flask to immune to bleed instead. And then you're going to tattoo reduce duration of ignite. Because that's the only thing left that can actually hurt us. Right? And then you're going to just go buy one of these jewels. You can get one for like fucking 10C. And you're going to put that where the Storm Shroud was. We're looking for 5% increased life. Or 7. Splurge. Get a max roll. Who cares? And 2 mana per enemy hit with attacks. And that is going to bring your DPS from what I'm guessing is somewhere between 8 to 12 mil right now. Up to 36. Or 34.7 actually. That's what's going on. You're not getting enough mana. No mana to sustain with that jewel. Honestly, 1 is. Because if you look at your Lancing Steel of Spraying, it fires 14 projectiles every single time. And they all return. So that's 28 hits per attack. And that's if there's only a single target. It also pierces all enemies. So if there's a room full of them, then it's way more than that. Right? I have it on my ring. But you can just put it on a jewel, it's fine. Yeah, I normally don't open people's Path of Buildings, but I clicked it and just looked at the webpage and was like, that's a lot of gear. What do you mean you don't have damage for tier 17s? You've got like more than double what you would need to comfortably run that. If something's missing, we're in trouble. Look at the yellows. You can actually just color corrupted items at the bench. You can also do it with tainted chromes. Usually I just do like one green and let the rest of it roll over and over again. It's fine. Would you consider Holy Relic a decent option in solo self-found? No, I wouldn't. Ooh, unfortunate. Maybe these aren't worth running. I mean, that's straight up 160 chaos though. Those are only 30 chaos a map. They're literally only 30 chaos a map. And that one only made back what it cost. Do you always get a fragment if you run them? If you run them, yes. If you send them on your mappers, they have to 100% them. That is the wrong ring to be worth money. Good try though. I guess it depends on how often these guys 100% the maps. See, their completion estimates are like 56 to 100%. But they need to 100% them to actually get a fragment. So I don't know if it'll be worth running them, but I'm gonna run those full sets and we'll just see how I feel after that. God. I followed you guy, but I might not have any boss damage. I couldn't tell you. We would need to see your specific build. Unless you don't have mana. Do you have mana gain on hit somewhere? Either through a ring, which is the high budget option, or through a jewel, which is the low budget option. I have full mana all the time. Do you have mana gain on enemy hit? Specifically. Pop, pop, pop. I don't? Then I promise you don't have full mana all the time and you need to fix that. You might think you do, but you don't. You need to get mana gain on hit somewhere. 1 blinks a minute. What? Sure, why not? Hop, hop, hop. The builder's no information or anything. Well, I could definitely do a better job on putting all of the things in the written guide. Enemy kills. It did not. It says mana per enemy hit with attacks. It is in the written guide. Did we put? Did you put that in? I swear I'd forgotten that. Have we added it to there? The jewel? Yeah. Fuck. All right. Well. Then I don't know. I need a wiki. I need a whole wiki, like Pox has got. I need a whole wiki. Strongest at high investment? Sure, in tier 17s. It was always good. It's still really, really good. It feels like for about 3 years, it was like the only strat that was really, really good. And so now there are other options. And so I don't want to do it again. Because I've done fucking countless umpteenth hours of fucking strongbox. Open strongbox. Open strongbox. Open strongbox. There are the strats that work now. I just don't want to do more strongboxes. Hit ring, exclamation mark, mana. I'm pretty sure we got both of them in there. The ring is a temple mod, and it's fractured. But just a regular jewel is how you do that easy. Was a fast mapper for achievement spam. I don't know. I only play Holy Relic. You're such a disappointment, my dude. You're such a disappointment, and nobody loves you.
Oh, hi. Thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
Gave me a Calendar's touch. He gave you a ring? He's given me like nothing. I think any league. I want to say any league. I want to say he's always given me nothing. I don't know if that's actually true. But like maybe he gave me something at some point. Just best high rolls are just dust. Okay, got leveling gear. Ooh, what are you re-rolling? Where do you go from here? When you're playing a Holy Relic occultist that can run all map mods and do every fucking thing that you could want, what do you do after that? I mean, you roll something that can do Blaha maps, I guess. It's like the only thing we can't do. Cast when stunned? Oh, you want to AFK Sims? Yeah. Alright, sure. Why not? Dialas plus Winter Orb. So why Dialas? What does Winter Orb get out of that? Oh, you would get an extra 3 stages. Huh. %20 increased projectile frequency per stage as well. Oh. I mean... yeah, so how do you deal with that though? Because you need a negative duration. Yeah, but you have to take negative duration to do the solid attack. Which would make Wintertide a lot worse. Not Wintertide, sorry. Winter Orb, a lot worse. Extra stages is, well, it's just 20% increase, right? Yeah. Per stage. I mean, sure, that's 60, but you're gonna have like 50% less duration. %30 increase to duration per stage. Sure. Okay. So that's not separate. You already had 10. So this skill just by default has 300% increased duration. You're going to go from 300% to 390%. But then you're also going to have to get 50% less duration, which is going to bring you back down to about 150, less than it has to begin with. For the Soul Eater stuff. Or you do that. You get the Cogwork style ring for the less duration, and you get it reflected so that it becomes less curse duration specifically, rather than less duration. And then you don't have to worry about that. That's doable. Bit more expensive, but then it gets rid of that problem. You still get Wall Gold from Kelgar as that ship sailed? You get it from somewhere. Also, lol, ship sailed. Where do you get it from? Ward gear. It comes from Bismuth ore headed to Kelgar. Right. I will be back in just a second. Jesus. Okay. I may have been in the bathroom for a little bit. That was longer than I was expecting. Much better. Next. The perfect bold. The teaching is crit minions a meme. No, but it like probably isn't for us, maybe. And have to buy a mirror at 500. Nope, there's 670 now. Buy mirror shards if you need a mirror. If you need a mirror, you should be buying mirror shards. Surprised you aren't wearing. I am. Nah, I think I'm gonna give up. Current maps are decently geared and easily climbing. Nice. Nice. Just need to see what those look like real quick. Damn it, that puts renewal at the front. Although renewal's not bad. Damn it, Vicious ends up at the back. Sometimes are meant to be hidden on super strict. Yes, because the starting zone is the same level as King's March. So you have to apply your mapping filter to level 1 zones if you want like King's March to be able to use your loot filter. Which is done on all my filters except the League Start one. Didn't they change that? If they did, then I guess I could remove that, but I don't know is the answer. Oh, huge. Okay. Very nice. When I go to King March, it says monster level 78. Well, then it's just left over from then. Because it was level 1. You're right, it is 68. So they will have fixed that at some point then. But I didn't change my filter back. But also, like, press Alt to pick up the gem. Like, it's not like that on the League start filter. Right? Once per abyss. Jesus. Oh, never mind. I got hit by a volatile. I didn't even notice. Alright, I have to do something that isn't this to level. I just have to finish. I have to finish my level or it's never gonna happen. Reach and beyond. I mean, Canyon will also be fine. Jesus. What a spreadsheet. All right. Ooh, hello. Interesting. Oh, she's put a little bit into her stuff. I only found out about her because of Pee-wee 2 stuff. I don't know if she was making Pee-wee content before that. Maybe she was, but she only entered my radar with Pee-wee 2. And I really liked her content so far. I think it's quite good. Puts a pretty decent amount of effort into it, but that is less important to me than whether it's accurate or not. That's the important bit, is that her shit has been accurate and good. That's the bit that's important to me. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Bo-dum, bo-dum. Still crap 3 weeks in. The servers? Are we talking about the servers and disconnects? It's fucking crazy that that shit is still happening. I don't actually understand what's going on. Like, not even a little bit. Yeah, you have to brush it off. Know what the answer is? Need to do something somehow. Yeah. Like, I'm very, very forgiving right at the beginning, right? Because you're just like, are they getting DDoS attacked or whatever? Now it's been 3 weeks. I can't imagine that still happening. I would like 1 box, please. You probably have to go out in the world and meet some people then. Wait, that's probably not what you meant. Never mind. Oh, fuck right off. Did build how important is the 30% quality on the ashes? Probably don't even bother buying one if it's not 30%. Alright, fuck that nonsense. I'm done. I want my XP. I think I have a tree that's pretty close to that already. Close-ish anyway. So we've given up on effect and whatnot, but good, because that's what makes it easier. I don't really want to include Syndicate in mine. But I will use this as somewhat of a template anyway. Fuck your Syndicate though. Syndicate is extreme XP. I believe it. I just don't want to. It's been forced to this every single league for the past like 3 years. Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, nah. No more hunting Laringo. Gravicious. No more Gravicious hunting. Oh wait, it was Elrion. Who was Gravicious? Who was I Gravicious hunting for all the time? Must have been something. I didn't make that up. Oh, he used to have the taken as ones. That's what he was. Could take the top shrine nodes. I'm already like really not spec'd into scarabs, so we'll reach a node on the middle right. Oh, there's this. Ooh. I got shrines. Oh, you just mean like this top bit as well. Looks like a beast. If I had that, I'd get yeah, you get destroyed if you've got that. Destroyed. Honestly, that last floating point can probably just go into like slightly more Ulnatol's. Chalup is better, but Ulnatol's fine. Profit wise. Anyway. And we need to get, if I buy a mage blood, I'm gonna need to get a bit of sockets on gear. Or Dawn Bulls. Yes. Yes. It's cheaply just harvest Reforged Chaos. Yep. Always harvest Reforged Chaos. Day one of an actual league start, like you can alt roll them, and that is usually what I do on day one. Just because, like, you know, like what, you don't have anything. You don't have anything else to do. I don't really need those 4 points either. They're just 1% quant. This is mostly an XP atlas. I could take maps. I could also block things. Oh, I could also just take pack size and all this. That'll do. So mine's a little bit different from the one that Lazy Exile did, but mostly because I don't want to do Syndicate, so fuck that. Fuck that nonsense. I tried to set up earlier, but with delirium orbs and my PC couldn't handle it. Did you have profane bloom at the time? Because I don't think I would, my PC, my client would not handle this without profane bloom. Not the computer, it's the client. I'm actually going to do one of them and maybe 2 of those. I'm going to need more of them. Jesus. I think they're so worthless. Maybe I have them hidden, or maybe either I have them hidden or I sold them because I had so many they were stacking up. Don't know which one. Apparently these are big. So let's run one of them, and we'll need more breach scarabs. You look at week 3 and there are 3 occulty relics doing it badly, and then today there are 50. I mean, 50 still seems a bit low. I guess that's only the people who make it onto Ninja. See how that looks. Oh, I actually don't care about this. This just makes like reward better, but I'm not really stacking rewards. We're just stacking like mods and XP. So this is just like some amount of danger for no real reason. If you've ever been down here and you've collected a bunch of dust and then be like, man, that really wasn't that rewarding. It wasn't. It wasn't, because dust is trash as like a first or second or third layer of juice. Dust is an end multiplier, so the more juice you've got, the better dust is. But if it's just dust, then it's not great. Kind of sucks. Not true anymore now that gold is part of the permanent equation. Now that gold is part of the permanent equation, getting up to around 100% increase is pretty much rewarding for everybody. My god, have I mentioned how much I love occultists? And a divine orb. Is the kill I've never done group play. If you have rarity on the merc, it needs to be attributed the kill rather than you. Dum, 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 dum. I mean, that's pretty, certainly not what I'd call hard. I 216 sewer. Nice. It looks fun, but super expensive. I mean, at the stage I'm at now, it is. Boom. Ew. But this is a league start. This is actually my only build from this league. So it is possible to play on all budgets, including zero. Including zero being the budget. Calandra's touch from a seer. Nice. Okay, that was worth 3%. That was worth 3%. That one map. At level 99. Here to go to further building. Exclamation mark build is the full league start guide. Now we've got better like min-maxing past that. But that wasn't in the guide and will be soon. You can find all of the like updates on my YouTube. But we will redo the guide soon to like include the more min-max setups as well.
Get your magic find characters ready.
The graphical bridges and bleeps were just me. Nah, they happen everywhere. Eventually they'll fix them. Beelzebub, I want to say, is what that B stands for. Thank you for the prime. Yoink. Con ready alters not affect strongbox monsters. I feel like they changed something about that recently. It definitely did. I feel like they might have changed that. which command for the build for this build? Exclamation mark relic. Boom. Foiled dendrobate. Oh no. Oh no. Wow. Put that on my Merc? Why? I wonder how many thousand chaos I've made this league just from rendering tier 16 maps that like just like thousands of people just have hidden on their filters. I was never tracking it, but I bet it's a lot. Time for more science, Baylor? No, thank you. I'm okay. Oh. The mirror reflection thing doesn't pause the map. I feel like I knew that, I just forgot. And just for fun, it opens your inventory. I think that was it. Yup. Oh yeah, that's blasting me back up. Do your minions die more on a cultist? They actually did. A little bit. And I had to change my anoint over to this. Keep them alive in the super juiced content. Because they lost like, you know, 20% more life and like 40% increased life. And then like 40% of life as extra energy shield. And it was just a bit too much to lose. They became a little bit too squishy. A little bit too juicy, these. We're getting the flickering still. I have no motivation to do another one now. Ooh. you think about the shards on the trader? True. Imagine if you had to go trade players for all of your fragments again. Imagine if you had to go trade players for all your fragments. Imagine how much less motivated you'd be then. Imagine playing solo self-found? No. Why would I do that? The challenge in solo self-found basically amounts to making yourself willing to play whatever drops on the floor for you, rather than having a fun or interesting or unique build or the thing you want to play or anything like that. It just feels like you just gotta play whatever you got access to. It just doesn't do it for me. It was enabled me to fully understand game. I hated trading with scarabs and other currencies and shit. Yep. Yeah, I get it. Have fun from time to time. Things start till the week after. It felt like the perfect league. I don't think there's actually anything necessarily wrong with playing solo self-found. It's just a different kind of fun. The way you're going to have to enjoy yourself in solo self-found is not rather within the limits of the game or not within the limits of your creativity, but rather within the limits of what you're able to get to drop on the floor. And it's just a different set of limits than what we use on trade leagues, right? Like it's not necessarily worse. It's just a different type of limiting. And it's just, I don't enjoy that type of limiting. Like, I don't want to have this sudden brain fucking thing of, holy shit, wait, we could be an occultist. The whole build changes. I get explosions. We get more damage. Oh, never mind. I don't have those forbiddens. Actually, I don't have any forbiddens. I'm in solo self-found. I guess I'll just keep playing the same thing. Never mind. Is it actually worth picking up? No. I mean, in decent stacks, Chalupa and Ulnatol maybe, but none of the others. Maybe just Chalupa actually. Okay. Well, we're back up to 49% already. When we started this, we were back down to 33 because of deaths. This is actually not bad. And I'm really just like not at any risk because these aren't even 16.5s. I miss attack speed rolls on flasks. Me too. You get what, like 17%? And then you put it on a mage blood and you're like, here's 40% attack speed. Fuck you. Nice, actually. This is pretty good. %. If I just keep doing this, I'll just level. Playtime this character is 9 days. I have a problem. Are you ready? I think I have a bigger problem. That says 13 days, 14 hours and 29 minutes. Renals want me to tally that up? Yeah. Alright, I just want to see what one of these finishes look like. They go here, right? What one would suit this looking build the most? Maybe you? barely even see it. Barely even see it. Let's try again. Not noticing that one either. Dragon, big dragon, breathe fire. I mean, I can see it if I'm looking for it, but again, it's not very impactful. Close. You're close to as much as I've done. Which is a problem because I do it for a living and for a hobby. you shouldn't be that close. That finisher isn't really a big deal either. Feels like the finishes I have are all very like they don't make a big deal out of anything. I want to see mine. I suspect of a Baylor to shame. It would be hard to like beat me, sure, maybe, but like by so much that you put me to shame would be impressive. I'm running a Herald Stacker build. It just rips apart these breach strats. This isn't even a rewarding breach strat. In fact, nothing focuses on rewards here. This is purely the other thing. This is purely XP. When I started this, I was at 33%. Now I'm at 55. Oh no, 51. 51. Oh yeah. I just decided I was sick of not being level 100. And sitting in 5 ways is fucking miserable. And slower? Is it also slower? I'm more concerned with it just being boring. Volumes to open or not to. Well, if you open them, if you hit a successful map, it was the right choice, and if you don't hit a good map, then you should have sold them. That's not helpful. Let me phrase it a different way. If you sell them, you're a pussy little bitch. I also sell them all the time, except this league. So I am also one of those pussy little bitches. Generally. Hey, look, another nameless seer. That's only the 4th nameless seer I've seen today in 3 hours. And yet, huh? Ew. Somehow these are worth fucking 40 cows. I don't know why farming this league is so much fun. Oh, I do. 2 reasons. One, it's been a year since we had any fresh league start or meta shake up of any kind. That's a long time. And 2, we came back from PW2, which was significantly less fun. And 16.5 is silly, almost affliction juice level. Well, it's certainly not close to affliction juice level, but is maybe half of that. Probably not even quite half, but that's a lot of juice. Even half of affliction league is a lot of juice. I mean, the big juices had Mage Bloods and Headhunters hidden on their filters in Affliction League. That's like a whole different thing. That was a whole different thing. That was a whole different level of ridiculous that we probably never see again. It was literally, if you're like a hard juicer in Affliction League, you hit Mage Bloods on the floor. Like, that's insane. I mean, I know plenty of people who had stacks of 20 chaos turned off. They just wouldn't pick up chaos in the map. It was divines only. Divines, locks, and mirrors. That's what you wanted to see. That was it. Because they were still walking out of every map that would cost them like, I don't know, 5 div to launch or something, and they'd walk out with 100 div. Every map, like an average, not like your good map is 100 div, like you expect to walk out with 100 div every map. It'll take you fucking 7 minutes. Of course, not everyone that went to that level. That's like the full-on like maximum level people that were doing that, but I can't think of any league other than that where the max level juicers had turned off Mage Bloods on the floor. Like, that was never, that's not a thing. That isn't a thing that happens. But it happened in Affliction. Feel pretty good. Lots of completion so far. We would never send them for fortresses because those are worth like 70 C instead of 25. They're the ones people run. But I am very interested to see how my tier 17 runners fare. I wish there was a fortress dropping Abyss map that wasn't bugged. At least I haven't found a good one yet. Does Dunes bug Abyss? I did not know that. Almost every time I end up not running wings on most setups. The wings in PoE are just like very like gaunty, I guess is maybe the word. Obnoxious those wings? Yeah, most wings. Fucking armor stacker. Who's that? That is me. Hi. Thank y'all. I will take more divs. At level 99, this is about 2.5. As far as I can tell, I'm getting about 2.5% per map. Bye, chalupa. Bye, chalupa. This was definitely worth it. I've been wanting to hit 100 for days. You get 4 holy relics. The helmet, called the Dark Monarch. Either or. It's weird not seeing like 4 divines drop on the floor every map, but it'll be worth it to spend a little bit of time doing this and just be level 100. Okay. All right. You're forcing it on me. I'm gonna have to turn the sounds back off for this strat. It just, there's a lot of laggy bits and stuff, and it's sound, and I know it's sound. But you killed this bombs. Can I turn off all the sounds except the occultist pops? That'd be good. The answer's no. I can't, by the way. turn off your loot filter sounds? I don't know how that would help me. The loot filter sounds aren't causing any problems. Put the occultist pop sound on your filter for the loot drops. And then just turn off combat sounds. Any rare drops so far? I mean, 0. I'm not farming the currency. This is not the currency strat. In fact, this drops practically nothing. It isn't meant to drop currency. Just got an Esh mirror. You know, I don't even know if any of those things show on my filter because I don't expect to see them in maps. There's all Svalin first. Svalin because it's actually part of the build. Mage Blood is kind of forced in on minion builds. You don't really need it and your damage goes down to put it on. And it costs you like half a Mage Blood worth of re-rolling all of your jewels. Why, hello. I can't say anything. Can't say anything. Build really works after you fixed it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember which person you were or what I did to your build. Oh, wait. From the beginning of stream? The one that had like 38 million or something? And I was like, what the fuck? You should be blasting. That was that one? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, my guess is you were doing 8 to 12 mil, actually, when you should have been doing 37. And it would have sucked. And felt bad. And I would be willing to bet that some of you, at least, was like, man, Baylor's really baited me with this build. I think I've been baited by this content creator. This build's fucking way more trash. I spent so much on it and it's trash. I'm just gonna go and see. I'm just gonna go and see if he can fix it. If there's something wrong. Just before I like fly off the handle, we'll just go and show it to him. But it might be a bait. And then he's like, no, there isn't a simple problem. Never mind, it's great now. That's how I imagine that going. What was the fix? He had disgustingly good gear on, like 37 million DPS. Good, really good. Close to as good as what I'm wearing. He didn't have any mana gain on hit anywhere in the build. None. 0. So it wasn't actually doing 37 million DPS because it was like auto lancing, auto lancing, auto lancing. But he didn't know that that's what was happening, right? Because you never see it. You never see the problem, right? You have to stare to notice the lancing, like blinking gray and back to being able to be cast again. Like you just notice that you don't do any damage, and Path of the Building says you should. Yeah, the problem is Path of the Building doesn't say I don't have enough mana. Yeah, because you've got enough. You can probably cast it 2 or 3 times in your hideout without ever running out of mana. And it just doesn't know. It just doesn't know that you run out. But it's okay, because we know. Right. This is the bathroom real quick. I'm going to stand up for a little bit. That's me so often. What was my damage trash? Oh god, my relics are dead. Yeah, that can happen too. Right, I'll be back in 1 sec. There we go. Alright, let's keep going. Bella, hi. Help on playing janky skills again? What are you playing? Eviscerate, ignite, elementalist. Hey, anything ignite with prolef fucking feels pretty good though. Uh, 7.8 attacks per second. So attacks per second is like, I guess probably the wrong thing to be writing there. That's how often the holy relics can trigger. I do my attack about 4 times a second. Each attack fires 14 individual projectiles over time that could each proc the holy relic that all then return. So each attack is firing now, including the returns. Let's call that 28 projectiles 4 times a second. That all happen in sequence over time. That can all hit multiple mobs and all pierce all targets and all auto aim. So yes, we hit every breakpoint available. Because that's just a quickly math. What, like 4 times a second, 14 projectiles. They all return, so that's twice. So I hit 122 times a second, 112 times a second. It takes in 3.15 for goaded. I don't know what 3.15 was. Slightly more than 7, yeah. I've been running Ignite Prolif instead of Conquer the Marionettes. Yeah, for clear, absolutely. fucking expedition. God, I don't even remember that thing. Or how I felt about it, or what I said. No, forgetting part 1. Oh! Wait, was that the League of my most hated YouTube video? Where they like nerfed a bunch of things and I was like, everybody calm the fuck down. I'm like, it's actually fine. Just fucking relax. And I got so many downvotes. The most hated video I've ever done. Yeah, that was punchable face, I think. That was where the punchable face meme was born. If everyone is fucked, no one is. We are all in this together. No one made it out okay. We're all fucked together. Pretty sure it's that.
This has been a
clip
giant
is from that.
fuck orgy.
Where that was running so many completions. Nice. I'm gonna be really fun by the hit and run place. What do you mean by hit and run play style? What you doing? Because I don't do the running part. I just face tank everything. Including like tier 17 bosses and 16 mod corrupted maps and... Like I don't dodge. But the short answer is no, not really. Cyclone's actually trash for this. It is very hard to make Cyclone work and incredibly picky. I don't even dodge the mercs. I just face tank them too. That has killed me occasionally. Hardly hit Farrakhan had the ability to squeeze in another Skitterbots. Is this on YouTube? No. because for money I'm just doing Fub Guns Abyssal Horde strat, and this is, well, actually this is very different from, I got this idea from Lazy Exile, but I edited it to what I wanted. That actually changed the tree pretty decently, and also the scarabs. Can't face tank a volatile? I most certainly can face tank a volatile. Look, you found this build, looks fun, not gonna lie. All of them. I was doing 16 mod tier 17s and 16.5s. Oh, skitterbots will not work with the Dark Monarch helmet if you're running that. Yeah, that is correct. In which case, Petrified Blood? The only reason we're doing this like easy stuff right now is because at level 99, I don't die often doing like fully juiced content, but losing XP at level 99 is like a really big jump, and I needed an XP farm, so we're just gonna hit level 100. For someone else. There's no one else. I'm sorry, I'm back. It's fine. Holy shit, the Starcall's an attack. I mean, yeah, but then you can't wear a shield though. By the omens to save XP. I've had them. I've had them, and I was slowly leveling, but like, you know, you get 4% XP and then you lose 2.5, and then you get 5 and then you lose 2.5, and then you get 4 more and you lose 2.5, and then you get 10, but then you die 3 times in one map because it's got volatile cores, and you pop the entire screen at once, so it's 17 volatile cores that come at you, and then it just, you know, I was like, I just need an XP farm. I just need to go get level 100. If we didn't have Lancing Steel, what attack would you use? Some other build? I literally wouldn't play without it. It's so much better than everything else. I wouldn't even play this build if I didn't have that. Been switching ascendancy without a mage blood. Yes, you should watch the most recent YouTube video. It's definitely got nothing to do with mage bloods. KB was used up until Lancing Steel. Definitely not good enough. Barrage of Volley Fire is something that kind of works. Advantage of Barrage of Volley Fire is that you do get to wear a wand, which means you can craft a minion wand, get another +2 levels, some more minion damage. But Disadvantage, you can't whirling blades, and barrage of volley fire is nowhere near as good as lancing steel, and it doesn't have any inbuilt pierce, so you've got to get pierce 4 got chain or something to be able to have enough kits. Two lightning specials with chest +1 to number. The top diners use Doriani chest on them and not the merc. I couldn't tell you. I would 100% be doing what you're doing. I'd be wearing a +1 minion with the Dorianis and the merc. Wonder if wisps will trigger Holy Relic. They do not. They count as other entities, not you. Unfortunately. Oh, yeah, that's actually what they're doing. They're legitimately wearing a Doriani so that they show up on the top of PoE Ninja. That's not real. That is 100%. I'm very confident. PoE Ninja isn't going to show your merc wearing the Dorianis. So if you want to show off the size of your metaphorical E-peen, then you have to put the Dorianis on your own character. Why no tier 17s? This isn't even the currency farm. This is actually a very, very easy farm that pretty much anybody could do. And it is purely here to get me to level 100 with absolutely zero risk. And I'm getting like 3% a map. It's about twice as fast, if not 3 times as fast as getting 5-way rotors. And at least I get to kill stuff while I'm doing it. I wouldn't play it if the merc hadn't had the Doriani. Yep. Doesn't make poison SRS builds and solo self. I managed about most of the gear, but I'm doing it with enormity. The All's amulet as well, and I'm going to be using a Dark Monarch helmet. Okay. I can tell you right now what your biggest frustration will be. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm telling you I know what the biggest problem will be that you will have to overcome when you do it. Cast speed's going to suck. SRS of enormity has this fucking stupid long cast time. And it's going to feel real awkward even with Unleash unless you get a decent amount of cast speed in your build. Also, critical strike affliction support. Make sure that's one of the supports that you use. I'm gonna use that in the amulet. Nice. Yeah, I'm talking if you can, like, if you can have cast speed on your rings, if you can have cast speed on your gloves, if you can have fucking, if you could do the soul eater tech, you would. Like, any amount of cast speed will be a problem. Oh, not an unfixable problem, just, you know, it's going to be one of the pain points of using SRS of enormity. And the four vocals soon. Nice. In-game no spectre and I can't seem to push through higher farm content. So first thing, have you added in an animate guardian since then? Because you should now. He's actually like way better than before, and he lives and he doesn't lose his gear. Fuck putting specters back in. I'm not putting specters back in. Those can die and you have to rebuy them. Fuck that nonsense. But I can run you through the really quick things. So I don't have a helmet now. I've got a different helmet and my Lancing Steel is in there, right? But don't worry about that. Your normal helmet setup is your 4-link, right? Your 4-link, like, Herald of Purities. The first thing you do, as soon as you can afford a Kingmaker, you can drop Cull out of that 4-link. So it becomes a 3-link. But then you want to 3-link that and have just an Animate Guardian on its own, a regular one. That also might let you change out of reservation nodes into just one of these. You might get some points back when you do it. You're not going to change anything else and get a better setup until you get a Svalin. Once you get a Svalin, we can add SRS into the shield. And it can automatically summon, and we can have it do Feeding Frenzy. So once you've done that, once you have a Svalin and you can just do SRS Feeding Frenzy just in a 2-link in the Svalin shield, you don't need the Herald of Purity anymore. They can all go away and you get to replace it with Aspect of the Crab. Which is also conveniently only useful once you have a Svalin. I would not put Crab on if I didn't have one. Yeah, no, so that's it. Once you do that, by the way. Your Animate Guardian then gets linked with Meat Shield. And when you do that, you can change into an Animate Guardian of Smiting once you've got Meat Shield on. Like that's the progression of that. Yeah. No Svalin, but a Kingmaker for your Animate Guardian. Drop Cull, change into the Animate Guardian setup with the Kingmaker on. That's because you'll get Cull back. But you still need those minions for everything else, so they're 3 linked. You're done. Right? And then once a Svalin enables you to fucking summon Raging Spirits automatically on block, that's when we can drop them. What's the benefits of smiting over regular? The regular Animate Guardian, let's just say this box is a mob, right? The regular Animate Guardian has to walk up to about here and does this tiny little cleave attack that'll hit this mob and also the mob beside it and beside it here, and that's it. It has to walk up and melee them to apply curses and such. An Animate Guardian of Smiting has 40% less health. Way squishier, which is why we need the SRS tech to help keep them alive. But he'll sit next to you and he'll smite from here to that box. And he'll do it in an area that's about this big and apply the curse to like everything in that area from all the way over here. He doesn't have to run into danger anymore. But he has 40% less health, so he will die a lot easier. Which is why I would only suggest smiting when you have the Svalin. Or find some other way to link it with Meat Shield as well, but I didn't find another way to do that. Then I was thinking he gave smite. No. But there's two advantages to him being able to curse and on hit from that far away. One of them is you get to curse more of the screen from further away. The second one is because he doesn't have to be in range of anything to hit it. He does a way better job of staying right next to you, right? He does a way better job of staying right next to you, which is where you need him because he's got the Kingmaker on and you want that fortify. SRS is better than Absolution in this Svalin? Yes. I hadn't realized when I first did Absolution that SRS's quality, which SRS's quality for an SRS build, garbage. We don't care about it. I never even bother. I'll just have a level 21 0% quality gem. I don't give a shit. For this tech, with an SRS in the Svalin, the quality is % chance to summon an extra minion. And so you get a 20% quality and you throw it on your character anywhere while having an Ashes on, and it ends up with something like 80% chance to summon an extra minion. So it's just like summoning 2 of them every time, most of the time. Also, and this is the biggest problem with Absolution. I'm gonna demonstrate the biggest problem with Absolution. I only had that in for like a day or 2. This is the problem I had with Absolution. Shut the fuck up. That was by far my biggest problem with Absolution. Even outside of that, even if you play with sounds off, I still think SRS is a better choice. I just but you know, my biggest issue was that Just constantly the whole time. Like, fuck, Jesus Christ. What scams are you running? Yes. One of the, every breach has a breach lord in it. That doesn't need to be there. I just like killing the breach lords. 3 extra breach things, and one of the rare mobs drop like 8 to 12 beyond beyond portals. I can tell you what they're all called if you need me to jump out. How do we gear the animate guardian? Exclamation mark AG? I'm pretty sure I made that a command on YouTube as well. Tell me if it doesn't work. Among us guys to make them ended up being they must have been like rolled tier 16.5s and whatnot. These are just regular tier 16 maps. I'm in like I don't expect to turn a profit here, but I just expect to level. I just went back to regular tier 16s because I'm functionally immortal. I don't think I can die in this. The XP strat? Yeah, I've just been hanging out at level 99 for like several days. And it goes like really well, and then I put in a volatile core map and die 4 times, and then I'm like, well, there's 40% of my XP gone. Fuck this nonsense. And then it just keeps fucking happening. And so I was like, nah, bud, I'm just going to XP strat. Fuck this. I don't. The idea came from Lazy Exile. She had a really good one, but I decided I didn't want to do Syndicate because they're annoying as piss. And I also decided, just for the fun of it, I like killing the Breach Lords, so I'm gonna add Breach Lords as well. So mine's a little different to that, but that's how it started anyway. Well, the best defense investment you can get, yes. By so much too, it's not even close. I know some people are worried about the price tag, and all I can say is there's a reason it's worth 100 div. That doesn't suddenly make people able to afford it if you can't afford it, but it is worth 100 div. What's your XP per hour? No idea. Never even reset my XP per hour thing. I'm getting like 3% a map though. Maybe cheat us and delete the silent boss before you realize what has happened. The answer is you need to get better at what you're doing, because you can't delete the silo boss. He has 2 phases where he jumps up into the air, and each one of those phases lasts like I'm at 99. Each one of those phases lasts like 20 seconds. So if you're accidentally blasting him to death 3 times after 2 20-second invulnerable phases while he's in the air, that's a you problem. Get better. Pay more attention. Sorry. Dang, roasted the man. Look, sometimes you need to be told the thing. Sometimes it is appropriate to tell people the thing, all right? I'm just like, there's 2 separate phases. He's immune and up in the air for 20 seconds. If you're accidentally killing him, I don't know, fucking pay more attention. Like, he's gone, leave. Of all people will tell you to stop being fake. What do you mean of all people? Yeah, no, fair enough. He takes phases multiple times and then comes out of the last phase into a pop from the other bosses. All the other bosses should be dead already. They should be dead in the first phase. All extra bosses that will spawn will be spawned before he phases up into the sky. Like, there are no more coming after that. Alternatively, you can do the exact same thing. If your damage is actually that bad, you should probably just do essences and get more money. But if you just enjoy that sort of farm and you want to keep doing it, Tower has a lot longer phases. It also works in Desert Spring, but Desert Spring is a little more awkward to clear. Desert Spring is 100% safe because the dude leaves, but you still have to encounter the boss with less than 50 in every map, and it's a big, wide open map, right? So it's like a little bit more of a pain in the ass to clear because you need the bitch to say less than 50 before you go fight the boss. Otherwise, you're not going to get the extra bosses. it wouldn't matter what your DPS is like in Desert Spring, because the second phase of that fight, he fucks off. He leaves to another arena. You can't accidentally kill him. He doesn't, it's not a damage immune phase. He runs away. So maybe that's the solution? You just don't follow him to the other arena. Well, that's where we started. Casting notes on the abyss gear and rings. All crafting stuff, hopefully, that's relevant. All the crafting stuff that we know of is already in the FAQ at !FAQ. Abyssal gear and everything, like, I mean, there's like, you don't make these to begin with. You might make these, but that's also pretty simple. That's just going to be, I'm pretty sure that's just fracture an abyssal socket and then reforged defense, and then you can do resistances and suffix with eldritch currency. This is bullshit. Don't make it. This is bullshit. Good luck. I don't know what there is to make this happen. These were all given to magicians. All my gear was crafted by a fairy. It's just fucking magic. I don't know. A fairy did it. I don't like fracturing. Wow, you could always bug abuse. You shouldn't, but you could. This is employing the Fae. I wanted to make so much more of inappropriate jokes there, but that's a real person, not actual Fae that we're talking about, so I won't. The bug was fixed. Oh, well then don't bug abuse. Also, if you're on the YouTube and I tell you to do a command and it doesn't work, please let me know, because the stupid bot doesn't automatically copy all my commands. So we like tried to copy them all over, but if one doesn't exist, I need to add it over there. What? Cool. Oh, I spent a little time yesterday and today checking out other PoE streamers who stream on YouTube. Just like checking out their YouTube streams and typing to them. People were right. I didn't believe it. People were saying earlier that like the fucking YouTube streamers like don't read the chat. They don't see the YouTube chat ever. They just never respond, or they respond like 10 minutes later. Nobody Why are they doing this? Like, isn't that like the point of streaming? Otherwise, just like, just make a YouTube video or something. Like, the point of streaming is that it's live, and it's live so people can interact with you, right? Innovate sucks for live content videos national quality. Yeah, but like, I mean, I will admit that it like takes like 15 minutes every morning to like, or right before the stream to like make sure the chats are integrated and everything, and that like I'll actually be able to read everything. But it's like 15 minutes, maybe even 10. Maybe it might not even quite be 15. It is a bit weird coming from Twitch though, where the prep to start your Twitch stream is about 8 seconds. YouTube needs like 10 minutes. Every day, every time, every single time. Not just every day, like every stream. So like if I was to end now and start and like go away for a few hours and come back 2 or 3 hours later, I'd have to spend 10 minutes hooking everything up to the YouTube stream again. But like, it's only 10 minutes. It's not that bad. And I just started this league later on with your build, enjoyed it so much. Currently getting to red tier maps, haven't had as much fun with PoE in a long time. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. Why, hello. Welcome. I am glad you're enjoying it. Stream. My pet peeves with multi-streamers when the streamer responds to a question from the other stream without reading that question. Now I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Yeah, that's another good reason to have just the integrated chatbot. The integrated chatbot is fantastic. I mean, I think it's probably a bigger deal on the YouTube side, because like their chat rate on YouTube is about 2 a minute on average. You get on average 2 messages a minute on YouTube, which is like very, very low. So they don't actually talk very often. Ended up with 4 holy relics over here. The Dark Monarch. As a programmer, I'd probably spend like a week trying to automate it. You know, the rule is supposed to be if you have to do the same thing 3 times, and then you have to look into automating the process, right? That's supposed to be the thing, right? Like the 3rd time you do the same thing, you should try and automate it. That's the rule, right? Pretty much, or twice. I always went 3. I always went the third time. I am still looking for a way to like automate it. It's Restream. Restream is the one that's the problem. So the other bot just automatically joins any stream, like stream elements just automatically joins any stream I make on YouTube. But the Restream bot doesn't do that. You have to point it directly at the new event every single time you make a new stream. And then one step further than that is you can only connect the Restream bot if you do it before you start the stream. And so you have to get that bitch in every time before starting. And then the Restream website itself takes like a few minutes to even realize that there's an event started that I can join. So you're just like sitting there waiting for that. And then if you don't do it all correctly and before you start, then there will be no cross chat. Question for how do you keep streaming fresh and fun? I get to play video games for a living and talk to people without having to be social and be in a room with other people. That is just about the most amount of privilege you can possibly get. It needs to be, it doesn't need to be fresh and fun. It is fresh and fun all the time. I don't need to freshen this up. I get to play video games for a living. That's insane. Are you kidding me? I don't know if you know how many people try to make streaming a career and fail, but it's almost all of them. It's just almost everyone. That's how many. The amount of people that are successful is statistically basically zero. It's basically zero. Everybody who is successful is an anomaly. Every single one of them. Inflation's still outpacing how much I can earn. And with how much I pay? What do you mean with how much you pay? How much do you pay to do Delve? And ruins the game for them because eventually only see this work and not fun. Do you have any thoughts on that? Yes. It's just yes, and I get that. And that is a problem that is caused by being a single game streamer only, which is something I need to get better at during the like final weeks of leagues and whatnot. I need to go play other video games. otherwise, if it's not that, like if that's said from like variety streamers and or whatnot, the only thing I can possibly think of is fucking, what do you call, just like, there's a word for this. There's a word for it. Oh. No, not burnout. Like, that's not the word I'm after. I know the story that taught me the word. I can't remember what the word is. Words. Tell the story. So I don't remember exactly like word for word the story, but it was, I've heard it a bunch, which was a guy is making his own business, starting his own business from scratch, has to fly around a lot, take an economy everywhere, gets to know a bunch of flight attendants that are regulars on his trips. He's broke all the time, but starting his own business. Slowly he starts to get more successful and more successful, and he starts flying in business class and gets quite nice and used to that, and eventually ends up so successful he's flying in first class. And then something happens and because of that he has to go back down to business. It's full. They overbooked first class, and the dude gets upset and irate and starts telling off the flight attendants for that and whatnot. And one of them, known him now for 10 years, has been like, I remember how happy you were to be in economy 8 years ago because you were so proud to be starting your own business. How did we get here? That like going back to business class from first class is this like huge problem now, and you like deserve better. And that like thought process came with a word. It may be entitled, maybe. I feel like, anyway, that's the sort of, the point is, that's the sort of story that is how I feel about like big successful like multi-game streamers who can just play different video games all day, who are like, oh, I really don't, it's just a job now and I don't enjoy it at all. Are you fucking kidding me? You do not remember what it's like to go to work. What are you talking about? Literally work for yourself and you play video games whenever you want for a living? You don't, what the fuck? Entitled, maybe selfish even, maybe, but like the story that I remember being told resulted in this guy like calming down and apologizing and being like self-reflecting on, you know what, you're right, this is like some bullshit behavior that I'm doing right now. But you know, the story or a fable or whatever it is. What's the DPS now? I don't know, like 40 mil? Anyway, what I'm saying is that's how I feel about like streamers who can play whatever they want, like variety streamers who are big. and still complain about their job. Like, oh, I just get so bored and wish I didn't have to do this. Fuck off. I can get burnt out on a single game. I get that. Like when you're just like a one genre or a one game person and you can't play anything else at all. I understand that at least. But like if you can just do whatever you want, if you're big enough to be like successful enough to do whatever you want, you got nothing left to complain of. You're fine. You're fine, my dude. I'd relax. Like I get burned out on PoE sometimes. Like wish I could play other video games, but like yeah, like I could have to go wipe butts for a living. That's what my mum did. She was an aged home, like nursing home nurse, whatever that's called. And like I just oh no, I have to play a video game a little bit longer than would be optimal. Okay. Like, well, it's not. Okay. How terrible. What a horrible life. What do you mean? Now, the part where I see burnout is like a real thing is the bit where I'm generally at. Not right now because we're like sitting around 2,000 subs, which is a fucking amazing, disgusting. But like normally I'm sitting like at like 300. And that's like not enough to live. So I can see putting in this much time and work and being at like 300 still. And getting burned out there because you're like not making minimum wage. Like you're not making enough to live still, and you're taking up so much time you can't go do anything else, but you're like close enough to the success level where you're like, I can't just give up. And then that like that's an area that you could like struggle with. And also where most people quit because it's fucking stupid hard to get past that. Which is also the stage I've been at for more than a year now. There's only been 2 months. 3? There's been 3 months out of the last like 12 where I've made like a living wage. This month and this league, the launch, amazing. And the 2 PoE launches. The 2 PoE 2 launches that happened. Both of those months, I was like, yay, living wage. I win. The rest of them, not been great. Options are going to do my special setup in full this time. Nice. Do you have another source of income? Not anymore. I did up until like eight or nine months ago. I think it was like November last year. If not rich, why would you? That's just such a troll sentence. You can't say stuff like that as a joke. People might think it's real.
Get your magic find characters ready.
I'd rather people thought I kicked puppies. Hey, whimsical fart fairy, making of the prime. What is the maximum DPS you can reach in your experience? Like 60? You can get up to like 60 if you try real hard. Hey, I didn't say I was gonna kick puppies or that I wanted to kick puppies. I just said that if you kick puppies, you're less evil than someone who supports Donald Trump.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Prime roll. Able to prime. Where's your infamous mod?
Get your magic find characters ready.
Haven't heard from Biscuit today. Kind of sus. That's just because Mum's home. Also, Glenella, thank you for the prime. Sometimes only have a unique and not an infamous mod. Yeah, I think it happens when their infamous mod, I think they roll the infamous mods first and then they roll their uniques, and if their unique just rolls over the same slot as their infamous mod would have been on, then they just have a unique. That's in Discord about a mini rune. Can anyone help me price check it? I don't know what anything's worth. Not it. What do you look for on those Eater towers? Drop a divine orb, duplicate currency, duplicate scarabs, drop a card that gives another card, increase quantity, increase rarity, I think that's it. I guess drop a card that drops currency is also decent. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what that second bot is. I've absolutely no idea what it is, where it came from, why it exists, or why. And I don't know. I've never. I mean, like, obviously I did. The bots don't join streams at random. I must have put it in at some point. Feels like you should be concerned that you don't know what it's from. Nah. I have no memory of it, but surely I put it there at some point. You gotta remember who I am when you think about things like that. Like, I know who I am. I'm almost certain I would have put it there. I just don't remember. Nice. 81. I mean, it's got a mod on it, which means the only way for that to happen is for me to do it from my Twitch account. Bots can't mod themselves. So I must have done it at some point. I must have. Or your Twitch account's been compromised in some way. See, there's no need to jump to like worried problems. Like, my memory is so bad that it's just like very incredibly plausible that I did it myself and just don't remember. All right, time to have a look at these tier 16 runners. Let's see how many of them they've actually got. Ooh, 100, 100, 100, 100. Then that's 4 successes to only 2 failures. And the fourth one here is like close. Yeah, they're farming tier 17s. Look at them. My map runners are all farming tier 17 maps. Hey, a divine. And a fragment worth 90 chaos. Did you low roll the quant? Nah, just threw them all in out of my dump tab. I didn't even look. I just threw them in. Level 5 mappers, yes. And then there's another one. Another fragment. That one's only worth 40 C. Another fragment. That one's worth 165. An 86 3 passive aura cluster, which is worth apparently 20 div. All right, I guess they can run tier 17s forever then. I guess they can run tier 17s forever. There's another one of them. Ah, those are free. Are they going to need 84 matters and auras? Okay, well, if only 84 matters, then it's 4 div. If 86 matters, well, there's one up for 5 div, but it's been there for 2 days. And then it's 20, 24, 25, 25, 30. Maybe they're already crafted. Nope. I mean, these ones are. I can't imagine that sells for 20 though. Really? You're gonna buy that out of my 4 div tab? I mean, I guess it's pretty good. Sure. Yeah, actually, that's fine. Well, if I make this only 84, then it's only 4 div. If that's all that matters. But to tell you what, we'll just put it up for fucking 15 and just see if those 20s are good, then I'll sell it for 15. And if it doesn't sell like within a few hours, I'll just lower it to the 84 price because that'll be all that actually matters. Right? Yep. Another fragment. Another fragment. Another fragment. Another fragment. Another fragment. Okay, that's actually a really good fucking ring. Wow. Who's running 8 mod deli stands? I mean, that's what my mappers have been running the whole league. They've been running all my corrupted 8 mods. But like, this is like the only one that's a loss. If it gets a synth fragment, then it's like less. But all the other fragments are like significantly more. Like this one's 165. These maps are 30 chaos to sell in bulk. Like my mappers are making more currency out of running my tier 17 maps than I would have got selling them. By a large margin. I haven't seen them bring back a double fragment yet, even once though. Another upgrade. Now we're broke as fuck. Yep, that's what happens. So we think it's pack size that affects how likely they are to complete. Alright, so here's a 40% pack size. There's a 49% pack size. What's the lowest one I have? There's a 31. There's a 54. Level 5 mappers do see a 17s? I mean, yeah, it seems so. Doesn't Twitch menu mix chats? They do if you put them on the screen. Or if you don't monitor them. Right, so this one with 31% pack size has a 59 to 100%. And this one with 54% pack size has 51 to 100%. 59 to 100%. Okay. So high pack size bad. Well, that one's also quality though. Okay, so let's see what happens here. 59 to 100%. $55 to 100%. Adding chisels bad. Adding chisels bad. So I actually want them to roll bad pack size. Basically, I don't want to put in anything that has 40 or above, I'm going to say. Is it quantity? I mean, I assume it's pack size. I guess they're the same. It doesn't really matter which. True. Chisels equal quant. So I'm going to say like 115 or something is the highest I want to put in. So the biggest problem with this is now I have to like manage it though, right? 55. $57 if it's rolled under 100 quant. Interesting. Or alternatively, I could just not do that. I could just throw them in and not care. that's the alternate option, is I could just like throw them in and not care. Or we do the hybrid thing, which is we just throw a few chaos and make sure that everything is like under 120 quant. Just as long as you're under 120. That way I don't have to worry about it a lot. It's just like a little bit. It's just like a little bit of rolling, and you just, it's pretty easy to roll under that. So imagine intentionally making your tier 17 maps worse just to give them to your map runners. But like, Rune Graph of Time do anything for us? If it works, it sounds pretty good. The Rune Graph of Time was this one, right? No, that's Warp. What's Time? I don't know what that one is. Are they bringing back decent loot? Not really. They're bringing back fragments though. Every time they complete a map, they bring back a fragment. And the fragment is worth generally like 3 times what the map costs. And they're succeeding like, I want to say 70% of the time. They finish the map and bring back a fragment. And that fragment is worth 3 times what the map costs. So they're just, it's just so much more profit to let them run all the tier 17s than it is to fucking sell them. Rune Graph Time is the chance to not consume cooldowns. No, we don't have a cooldown. We don't care about that. The Holy Relics have a cooldown and that won't apply to them. What is this?
Greetings.
The Auto Bomber update. If anybody doesn't know this guy, I guess he's just a YouTuber. But he does this, hopefully you do, because he's got like twice as many subs as I do on YouTube. He's fantastic. He does 0 to hero runs just like over and over again. And he does like a really good job of like showing you through all the upgrades and like what the build is good at, what the build is bad at, everything like that. And I fucking love this dude's videos, and we're gonna stop and watch it because this is the second update of Death's Oath.
Greetings, exiles, and I continue my journey. This time without a long intro. I'll jump right into shopping and upgrades because there's a lot of work ahead. I want to add a 3rd large cluster, but to do that, I need to free up some skill points. So I bought Thread of Hope. Very good. Now the 3rd large cluster.
It's actually not a bad thread.
The main reason I wanted another cluster is that I need 2 more jewel sockets. For Forbidden Flame and Flesh with Shaper of Flames.
Nice.
Now all our damage ignites enemies with a 100% chance. Our explosions deal quite a lot of damage, so ignite will be very significant. But that's not all. I also need a ring.
Yes.
Black Flame. Quite an interesting unique item. Enemies ignited by you take chaos damage instead of fire damage from ignite.
Okay.
But this is not damage conversion as many might think. With this ring, our ignite is mitigated as chaos damage by the enemy's chaos resistance and modifiers. This means that our curse, ascendancy, and withered will work on ignite for more damage numbers. Also, don't forget about this implicit on the gloves.
Mm-hmm.
I first found out about this combination in the last league from this guy. And when I saw it, I was very skeptical. Because this is one of those cases where you add items to your POB and the numbers don't go up. And as we all know, the numbers have to go up. That's the most important thing in this game.
What are we cooking?
POB,
this is Exiled Cat. This is a second update for Death's Oath, which is honest to God what I'm thinking of maybe I make
Warrior,
next if I make another character.
Combination a chance anyway.
I mean, I'll do it in
And
like
oh my
Mage
God,
Blood level gear, but
I felt the effect immediately because our
you
map
know.
clearing speed increased by several times. Explosions. Ignite. More ignite from gloves. And even more explosions. It's crazy. But I like it. In a nutshell, a very
Not my
powerful
thing.
combination.
Sorry.
Anyway, I continue shopping. Medium cluster. I also decided to recraft my wand. Just what I need. And don't forget about benchcraft. A few awakened gems. A good DPS boost and a good investment. And the last purchase, but not for me. For my
For the
mercenary.
merc.
I
Nice.
originally planned to use this amulet in this build, but then changed my mind, because this amulet with double free curse is too good. By the way, I changed Enfeeble to punishment. And yes, I know that after my first video, the prices for this amulet skyrocketed and many of you spent a lot of divine orbs on this amulet and now you have to change it. But don't worry, you can use the old amulet, and if you're a beginner, that's even better. I replaced Enfeeble with punishment because I know what this build can and cannot do, so I don't need additional defense. So I repeat once again, there is no need to change the amulet. Rip prices for this amulet. This is what my mercenary looks like. Defiance of Destiny is not cheap, but it is very important. Without it, our mercenary will often die in difficult content, and without it, we lose half of our damage. So let's invest in our friend, it will help us in the future. I also plan to buy this unique armor, but that will be later because I've run out of currency and it's time to work.
Fair.
At the same time, I'll show you what earning strategies I used for which this build is ideally suited. I'll start with T16.5 and Abyss.
Holy shit, he's doing the Abyss thing.
Even after the developers fixed this strategy, it's still good. Lots of tinks per hour. A lot. One of the strengths of this build is that it can ignore almost all map modifiers.
Yep.
Only less block chance and reduced aura effect is a skip for us. Also, less recovery can be annoying, but overall it's doable. And since we have easy access to these nodes and mastery, we won't have any problems with opening chests. And special thanks to my viewers who told me that it's best to use Unearth to open hordes because this skill gem has a very high cast speed. After the developers fixed this strategy, the prices for T17 maps are gradually returning to their usual prices, and now I can finally sell everything I've accumulated. Next up is Harbingers. This is another good strategy for this build. It's not as profitable as the previous one, but it's very easy and lazy. Everything is very simple and there is nothing to comment on here. Strongboxes is another fairly simple but quite profitable strategy. Although in this league it is not very lucky for me and I will not be able to get a really good tink. However, one brother is good,
puzzle
but two are
boxes.
better. Twice as many gifts.
Twice as many
Nevertheless,
gifts.
the ratio of tinks to time spent is quite good. And the last
Okay, that might be my new favorite metric. What is the ratio of tinks to time spent? That's great. That's a great ratio.
strategy I would like to mention is Breach. First of all, I used it to level up because it gives a lot of experience. You can also earn a bit of currency. This is the most valuable loot from level 98 to 99. Overall, not bad. I can recommend this strategy to players who want to not only earn currency but also level up their character to level 100. Breach will also appeal to gamblers because there are rings that can be turned into armor, and some bases are very expensive. Unfortunately, I was unlucky, but I still got a few divine orbs. And Valdo's boxes opening. Wow, it's a rare moment when you can make a profit from these scam boxes. And I never thought they could be used this way. So, I managed to earn some currency and it's time for new upgrades. Initially, I planned to recraft my rare gear because it's pretty mediocre. I also wanted to buy Svalin. But then I changed my mind and bought this cringe belt. Unfortunately, in the current state of the game, this is the best purchase for almost any build, and buying Mage Blood is 10 times better than new rare items and Svalin. This unique belt solves many of our problems and makes our equipment choices more flexible. It also gives a lot of speed, which is one of the important characteristics in the game, if not the most important. After purchasing Mage Blood, the speed of currency earning will increase significantly. Let's go back to the maps. Those pleasant sounds. Just what I need. Okay, let's go back to shopping. I need this unique helmet.
Ah, he's doing that.
We are interested in decay support.
Rip, that's gone. There are not many of these.
But the more, the better.
That was what I was going to do.
We are not interested in the second support gem, and in most cases it does nothing. But be careful because some support gems can ruin the build. For example, brutality. So don't buy this helmet with brutality. Many viewers now have a question. Why do we need this helmet with decay? But it's very simple.
Lightning
it will allow us
storm.
to fix our single
Whatever
target
it is.
DPS. If you've already played with this build, you know that it's just terrible. But with this unique item, we can easily fix the situation. You won't become an uber boss killer, but you will be able to kill a T-17 boss without spending 20 minutes on it. Greetings, I won't go into detail about how it all works. I'll just say that decay is a debuff which causes affected targets to take chaos damage over time. Also, skill-specific modifiers that affect all of a skill's damage, such as Storm Burst's exploding orbs which deal 75% of skill damage for each 0.4 seconds of remaining duration, significantly increase its damage. Therefore, I will use Storm Burst level 1 to apply decay and at the same time scale its damage with more duration because it is a multiplier for us. Plus, it's a very easy skill to use. We just channel it for literally 1 second, after which the decay starts to take effect. A few repeats of this and the boss is defeated.
Is this video AI? No, it is a real person and he has used this AI voiceover for like years before AI became popular. I don't think he wants to use his voice on video or whatever, but it's a real person. He just like types out his script and has like a voice reader read it. Right? This is not an AI deal or anything like that.
I don't need more damage stats, but I need a lot of resistances. I'll use essences. It's not ideal, but it works for me. Now for a new shield. My current shield does the job, but I want to do something fancy. For this, I need a synthesized base like this. Ideally, it should be an armor or evasion armor base. Next, I used essences. Quite interesting. Let's try our luck.
No.
Perfect. Now the prefixes cannot be changed. And then Harvest Craft. The cheap option is Crit Reforge, which guarantees us reduced extra damage from critical strikes. That's why we need armor or evasion armor base, because with them we are guaranteed to get this modifier. Other bases don't have it, or they also have critical chance for spells, and as you can imagine, I don't need that. But I'll go with the more expensive option. And I'll try my luck again. Sweet. Just what I need. Benchcraft.
Nice.
And the
See,
holy
I like how he
exalted
explains
slam.
all this shit too.
Disgusting. But it's a game, and you can't always win, or it wouldn't be interesting. It was an expensive and perhaps a little silly way to craft. Now I'll show you a cheaper one. For this, we need any base with a percentage of life on block. This will be very relevant after I release this video because there is a high probability that the price of good bases will be very high. And again, essence is spam. Until we get these 2 modifiers and a free prefix.
It's actually gross.
No way, it was very fast and very cheap. Just be lucky. As an alternative, I could have used Svalin, but I decided that a rare shield would be just as good.
It would
because
be.
recovery life on block is a very strong defensive mechanic that allows us to compensate for the lack of defiance of destiny.
Svalin's insane though.
And again, back to the maps. The shield was the last piece of equipment, and my build is complete. Of course, I still need that unique flask, but I'll buy it later, when I finish editing this video and can get back to the enjoyable grind. I also want to apologize to my viewers for delaying this video. But I couldn't help myself. I didn't want to edit this video because I couldn't stop. I just wanted to run around the maps, blow up monsters, and find tinks.
You know what?
The build is too much fun. As I said in my first video, Death's Oath is a great build, but there are some nuances. It's a build that's designed for specific tasks, which it handles perfectly, but there is content in the game that is not available to us. So if you haven't tried this build yet, don't wait. You'll either love it or hate it. That's all for now. I hope you enjoyed my video and found it useful. I would be very grateful for your likes and subscriptions. See you all soon in my next video.
Alright, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. See, Death's Oath looks real tempting. Death's Oath looks real tempting. Doriani's Holy Relic stock is crashing. I just like, I don't buy that Shaker helmet now. Nah, I'd rather buy like a really good one, even if they cost like 200 div, like one with a second support that's good, if I do that. If I do that, which I might, we'll see. However, I'll be back in just a minute. Did you look? I did. I opened it up and had a look at what was available.
Get your magic find characters ready.
And the swap open to Toxic Rain? Nah. Marcus McBride. Thank you for the prime. Alright. I'll be back in just a sec. Anyone playing SRS have any idea how to take a caster mastery? Yeah, you take your passive points and then you put them into a caster wheel. Hold on. What are we the closest to? Oh, we're already here. Just take the same one. Take the same one I'm taking. Or for one extra point, we could take this one instead, just because it comes with cast speed, but I don't think that's worth it. No, you just take the same one I'm taking, or if you have one extra point, you'd go this way, because at least you get, like, that's 14% cast speed, which is not the worst. I'd be almost tempted to do that and then have it only be 3 points. Just give up the 15% damage node. And then you get the caster mastery there. Because at least then you're coming through cast speed, which makes the build feel better anyway. Yeah, you know those Merc supports that have been floating around? Yes, I do. What about them? They look great, by the way. I thought about doing a chieftain with southbound on the Merc. How are you going to stop the Merc from freezing things? Southbound only works if you can stop them from freezing things. Leadership's price. Yep, that'll do it. Makes you do old ailments. Yep. wonder when they'll fix this fucking blinking when you get too much juice. Like, they're definitely going to fix it eventually, right? I didn't think it would take 3 weeks. I feel like it wasn't doing it last league. It's definitely like something new. Nah, it's definitely new. The whole like blinking and the whole UI turning off and everything, that's not like a thing I've experienced before ever. And I had a much worse computer. Minion res more important than life? Yes. I mean, is your own res more important than life? They start with 40 base though. So I've got 32 on this ring, which puts them at 72, which close enough. I should at some point divine it, because I can divine it to be res capped. I just haven't. But yes, having a 1 minion res roll somewhere is going to be important. We're doing it. We're hitting 100 today. It's probably because we've never had this much pack sides in tier 16 maps. And who the fuck? Well, these are just regular tier 16s that I'm doing right now. These are not even 16.5s. What? This is just normal mapping. There's nothing. I'm telling you, this is a new problem. Like I'm here because I just want to hit level 100, and this is like, hey, I'm still turning a profit here, but certainly not a good one compared to what I'm losing by running this instead. But I did the sound thing, but my tinks are gone. How do I fix that? The sound thing only turns off combat sounds. Your tinks are not gone. Not if you did it correctly. Okay, if you did accidentally turn your sounds for loot off, just move this and turn it back up again. That's also how you can turn off back on combat sounds. You don't have to turn them back on the odd way. You just move this up. As soon as you move this at all, you've re-enabled them. If you click this, you've re-enabled it. Even if you click it and put it back to 0 and hit save again with it like muted, you've still turned them back on again. You've got your performance problems back. So if you click that bar at all, you're fucked. Redo it again. But otherwise, oh. Think there's an effect for temp chains maps. Poison will last longer when it's on you if you are under the effect of temp chains. If that's what you were asking. I think that's what you were asking. Pee-wee, honestly, thank you because you build Sun Raging Spirit. Able to get all for voice stones. Nice. Nice. Grats. I think I just thought of what I'm going to make as my next build. Instead of something I've already done. I think I'm going to use one of the new skills. Oh, I am. Oh no, I'm definitely doing that. You could just play this another 3 weeks and then get ready for PoE 2. Okay, but what do I do after I've played that for 3 days? Like when we come back to PoE 1 again. Just to be clear, in case anybody's wondering, I did just say that I will be expecting to play PoE 2 for like a few days and then get bored. It has been temporarily relegated to the status of side ARPG game that you just like play on League Start and then give up on after a few days. That is not a permanent position. I expect it to get good eventually. I just don't know how long eventually is going to take. So like for now, it's just one of those side games like Diablo or Last Epoch or Torchlight or anything else. Until they make it fun. That's where I am. That's where I am. I'm ready. I'm ready to be this excited about PoE 2 as well. I'm not against it. I'm not like a PoE 2 doomer, but it ain't there right now. So I'll play it every season. It'll get a few days to a week or two maybe, and then we'll just move on until it's sorted its shit out and isn't trash anymore. That's where I'm at. Guys are using the grind XP. 3 breach, 1 I don't know. Hold on, I should put it in the Atlas command. Let me finish this map, I'll do it. Thought there was one left, but there isn't. Okay. Hold on a moment. Let me make my tree. So I did things a little different, quite different actually. Let's get rid of all that. Let's drop all that. Okay. So for starters, my scarabs are, I'm running 3 breach scarabs, 1 beyond of invasions, and I'm running a lordship just because I like to see the bosses pop up. To be honest, it should just be another breach scarab. There should just be 2 more breaches in every one of my maps. But I just like to see the bosses show up. It feels like it gives me something to like aim for every time. Right? I'm like aiming for the boss. I don't know if it's the right thing to do, but and I'm just building the tree for it right now. I'm also noticing that I should have probably taken that. Nah. Actually, we'll just leave it. They're not really getting enough beyond loot for that to matter either. What does this say? 131 out of 132. Okay, what point have I missed? I've missed a point. Where have you missed a point? I wish I could export my tree. Oh, I've missed several points. Okay, I have extra points in here. I have an extra 2 points in there. Oh. Get rid of that. Okay, now what I'm at. I've got one extra point listed somewhere. Oh no, I've got them. Only got 2 of them. Yep. Got all 4 of them. Yep. Where the fudge knuckle is my extra? Oh, I don't actually have that one. That's what it is. You've been searching if you're a occultist. If you have the yes, yes, I would. I like it quite a bit. Well, as long as you've also got the other things you need for it, you should watch the video. I go through it all. Like, that's not the only thing you need. Copy. Atlas. Notable read speed. I took it off. I should actually take it on my tree though, because I'm fast enough for it, but blood ready to work with CI. Actually don't know. There you go. Breach XP farm. Done. It is now in the Google Doc. What's your XP per hour? No idea. Is it that? It no longer says any XP per hour. That was it, right? It says it now, but we'll wait until the end of the map. That was the right command. It reset. The only bad part about heists is that you have to do heists. Like his fingers immediately felt better, thanks. Yep. You're also probably doing 2 extra maps an hour, which you're probably averaging like 4 div a map, so you're probably making 8 div an hour more because you have the caster mastery. I don't know, it says 87 million. I don't know what that means in terms of like, is it slow or fast? I have no idea. It feels fast to me. It's definitely an amount, right? There's definitely an amount. I'm getting XP per hour. But there you go. Now you got a number. I don't know. It is one of the XP farms of all time. Yep. Like, I don't know, what's the number you get in a 5-way? Like, I don't even know that. It's 4 times my current. Well, the biggest issue isn't really even the XP per hour, although it is good. The biggest thing though for me is that I'm just not at risk here. Like, I can't, these are just regular tier 16s. I can't die here. Maybe a merc could kill me, like the wrong merc at the wrong time, getting through all my defenses. Maybe. Anything above 50 is really good at level 99. Okay, well, so 80 is great then. Let's go with that. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum-dum. Will you play Flicker? I mean, I'll play and my game will flicker. Does that count? Instantly no loot. You dropped me an exalted orb. I picked it up. I was talking about his. Oh, right. I think Baylor thinks we have those. Yo, what the fuck? Aw, I didn't get to the 8th reward tile. Endless simulacrum to level me up. I swear a real viewer people. Exploding hit on a one-handed sword instead of minion damage. And if so, would it be any noticeable? So that would have to be a synth implicit. I have never tried it. I mean, it certainly wouldn't be noticeable now that I'm an occultist. I imagine it probably would have been noticeable before. It's only like a few % chance though, so it would be noticeable when it happened, but not reliable. Oh, somebody died. One of my Atlas runners died. Not gonna lie, most of the time I paid somebody to carry me through this. Jesus Christ. How long does a story carry even take? And do they do the like side quests and passives and shit as well? Or do they just get you to maps? It's like an hour and a half and they do all passives. I mean, that's not the worst. I could see the appeal. What are we at? 93. We're gonna do it. Where's the last skill point going? Probably just in a cluster. Or maybe the +1 to all supports. I don't remember if I think I might have had to respec that. And most importantly, I'm not going to be real annoyed when I like die to a volatile core next time, because there'll be a next time. Like, I'm not, volatile cores are just a thing. They will be a problem forever. I think I spend 5 more mirrors on this build. Volatile cores still kill me. I'd just... Someone was saying it's actually worth less in your gear and level than a cluster node is. That'd be crazy. I mean, it could be true. I'd have to look. Over in this, I haven't swapped out of it. Oh, you should. Free point. I can survive non-map effect volatiles. But the buffed ones, no way. I feel like they're not. I was under the impression that they're not affected by map mod. They're either volatile or they're not. It's not like a increased map effect volatile suddenly does more damage. You not seen the fucking giant volatile cores? Yeah. That's because I've got AoE rolled on the map. Isn't it? You know, with 3 links. Nice. Home scale, Imperial staff, Ghost Shot. Nice. $95%. Two more maps, 2 or possibly 3. How's he get the 4th relic? Dark Monarch helmet. Yeah, after all, I thought Abyss was better. Breach is a lot better for what I'm doing right now. This is just an XP farm. I just decided I was sick of dying and I didn't want 5-way carries. So we made an XP farm. These are regular tier 16s, not 16.5s. They're not for profit, although I am still dropping divines and puzzle boxes sometimes, but not like compared to the real strats or anything. This is hit 100, please. And it's actually gross. I'm currently getting 83 million experience per hour. And I've been doing that for a while now. I don't know what a 5-way gives you per hour at level 99. But just judging by how I feel about how quick my bar is moving, feels like I'm getting more XP than I would get if I went and ran a 5-way. I'm not sure if that's true. Might just be because I'm having more fun. Because I'm actually killing mobs. Use infused breach stones to do it crazy fast. Didn't think about that, but we're here now. There's a back to 35% movement speed. I have no idea how to press because all of them are crafted. Check offline. Did? Oof. Did the pilot last semester, the first week playing Arab Chieftain. Currently, Evermerk still good, over nerfed again. Still YouTube video today. Envy still Pog. Exclamation mark Merc for like the setup you should aim for. Was them doing the stream as well? Wow, hello. Welcome. We're doing it. We're doing it. Maybe this map? Maybe. If I make it this map, it'll be just. Dun, dun. Hey, puzzle box. I'm seeing how the work of the merc is using them. I mean, the Asenath is technically on the merc as well, but you're seeing I'm an occultist now. I respec 2 days ago to an occultist holy relic build. Made a video update on it. It's fucking gross. I now get full screen occultist explosions. Important is the elegant humorous for the build. That shit can't be bought. Super important. Also way cheaper than you think it is. Unfortunately, I don't have a video on it, but there are multiple spots it can go in. It can go here, it can go here, and it can go here, and you cannot buy the one that I wear. Whichever one I wear any league, yeah, is worth a fucking stupid amount of money. But you can find ones like this once you like YouTube, look for a YouTube video on telling you how to search for them. You'll be able to find one like this for 5 to 10, right?
Get your magic find characters ready.
The ocean turtle, they would prime. Thank goodness. Yeah, I can't showcase them, unfortunately. Like, I just, whatever one I put on just becomes worth fucking 300 div that league because it's the one I'm wearing. Just don't do that. I'm done looking for endurance in slum recently. It's because you still only looked here. Don't just look here. It can go here or it can go here. I try to use the exact same number timeless jewel every single league so that I'm not fucking gutting the market for everybody else for everything. So I try and pick it up early and just put on the same one I was wearing last league and just do that over and over again. Just so that I don't fuck up different markets. No. No. I gotta launch another map. So close. Last map then. Last map then. Boom. The fuck is a doom sower? Doom sower. Oh, that thing. Ta-da! That's how close I was. Done. Baylor Relic Occultist is now level 100. Ah, good. The Chalupa Breachstone just to cap me off. Now it's time to go run the rest of them volatile maps. That's literally, I had like 7 more volatile maps rolled, which is what led me to go, you know what? I can just do this instead. Why am I still clearing it though? That's the real question. Like, why would I still clear it? Oh, I'll take that fortress. Just out for currency, the Abyssal Horde strat in tier 16.5 maps. I'm just doing that. Makes a ton of money. I'll spawn the Nameless Seer. I usually just do it by adding a fuckload of risks to my map and just juicing the shit out of it, and then just speed running them. Oh yeah, with domination scarabs. Link to the abyss strat. Exclamation mark Atlas. All the strats I've used are just there. Anything I use this league is there. Oh. Never mind. Hey, those are worth 100 chaos. Cool. Wonder how many of those I got, if any. Oh, never mind. I made 1,000 chaos while I was doing that. Whoops. Plus whatever the fuck these are worth. Those are worth 25. These are worth nothing. Yep, cool. Cool. I'll have to path the building if that +1 to non-exceptional supports is better or not. It's great that all of those just go into fastest. Yeah, it is. Ta-da! Boom. Ew, gross. I was thinking about before is that the trade side has behaved. It has. Okay, I mean, those are worth 165 chaos each. It's just 4 of them from my Mappers running. Yeah, that's fun. Mappers in tier 17 maps, eh? Thanks, buddy. I never thought we'd be here with me farming tier 16 maps and then sending my mappers off to farm tier 17 maps. It just feels... Hope even if we don't go Dark Monarch. Yes, absolutely. Change into a normal Animate Guardian, not an Animate Guardian of Smiting. And otherwise, yeah, go nuts. Do the mappers die a lot in tier 17s? Nope. 1% chance, same as my other ones. And as long as you got all tier 6s, it's like 55 to 100% chance to complete. Now you only get the fragment back if they complete. Like you only get the fragment if they complete, but like the maps are only 30 chaos. The fragment's worth 160. That's the most common fragment from this map. You also get the other ones, but you get that one the most. But why not put in a minion leech mastery? Because I don't need it. I've got minion leech right here on the boot on this jewel. But I could. Oh, pardon my French, but farming Abyss and getting all these stinks makes my PP firm. Fair. Fair and measured. I approve. What 217 your map is running? The one I was getting a shitload of and couldn't be bothered to sell. Abomination. Because that's what Canyon drops. Is it correct that I can unspec Resolute Technique if I have hits can't be evaded? Yes. When I put Resolute Technique in the path of building. That's weird. The amount of devices with tier 17s? Yes, but I won't be able to maintain that. The only reason all 3 of them are running it right now is because I wasn't doing that the whole time. And so I had like a tab full of abominations. Right? Like I won't be maintaining 3 map runners running abomination, running tier 17s the whole time. That won't be happening. I'll almost certainly be able to maintain 1. I'm not going to go buy them. Nah, fuck that nonsense. They still make pretty good money when they were running my like 8 mod corrupted maps. And I've got plenty of them, right? Like, I might as well let them finish those off, at least. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-ba-dum, ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. That's a good map to Strata Canyon. The same maps we've been scrying the whole league. I did Ivory Temple, but whatever it is you want. Defiled Cathedral, pretty common. Ivory Temple's pretty common. The third one that I keep forgetting the name of. Grave Trough. People love that one. Many Tinks. Oh yeah, Basilica? Which one was Basilica? Oh yeah. And Basilica? Yeah, that's what I did. I dropped to Armory and moved my Ivory over. That's the one I did. A part of me wants to spend a bunch of time just scrying every map to every other map. Just so that every time I open my atlas, there's just fucking purple maps everywhere. That sounds great. It wouldn't do anything though. It'd be very, very worthless. Like it wouldn't accomplish anything. But like, it would be funny though. Oh yeah, you'd want them like super random. Like you'd pick up Frozen Caverns and send it here, and then pick up this one and send it over there, and then pick up this one and send it like back here, and then pick up this one and send it up the top there, and then you just want it like as random as you can. Imagine we were at an odd number of maps. Are we not? It'll accomplish a purple atlas. What more could you want? Probably just to not answer that question every 17 minutes. All right, time to sit back down. How does your Merc survive? She just never dies. I don't know how. She just doesn't die. I mean, she's res capped. She's res capped for elemental. She's got a little bit of chaos. 4,000 life. I do have a Leocast with percent regen, and I do have 25 flat regen on this ring, and that's it. I don't know, she just doesn't die. If yours is dying, it's probably not level 83. They did a bunch of things to them like 2 weeks ago or something. Whenever it was, a week ago. I don't know, time isn't real. But they did a bunch of things to them to make them squishier. And then they were like, whoa, too far. And then they were like, here's a fix. We made them tankier again. But how they made them tankier was they made the high level ones tankier. So if you've got like a level 79 girl there, she'll probably get fucking wrecked. Right. I'll be back in a moment. Time to reheat some food. And then we're going back into the Abyss strat. More money, please. listed shaper fragments now since that guy's video came out. Remember the price hike that happened to our forbidden jewels when my video came out. And remember that it surges and then it relaxes a bit and comes back down. Right? Oops. 100, thank you. That's actually more like one of the easier 100s I've ever done. That's a really good strat. I'm gonna have to remember that. Breach for XP is just fantastic. It's fun. It's quick. It's pulling in 80 million XP per hour. I mean, could the map runners run a Valdo's and get the prize for you? No. No, the answer is no. They cannot. Don't even let me put the map in the device. You know, as soon as you said that, I was like, well, I have to go find out. Like, can they? I don't know. Could I have one map device dedicated to running all of my shit Valdo's maps? That would be hilarious. You accidentally send them into a void map and they don't complete it, and all 6 of them die. They're just gone. Getting voided for some shitty unique. I'm pretty sure they can't run blighted maps either. I'm like 90% sure. Nope. What character did you run? Oh yeah, more breach. What about Kyric's maps contain a blight? Oh, like the ones you buy? From Kirak? I mean, they're regular maps.
Valor, you need to up your skincare routine. I went from 360p to 1080p and your forehead has more wrinkles than my testes.
First of all, no it doesn't. Look again. I think you might need your eyes checked. Area contains a smuggler's cache. I mean, that one will do. Right? I think they'll be able to run that. The question is, will they bring back anything? I mean, they can run it. But will they be like guaranteed to bring back a smuggler's cache? Don't know. Marine Chains on Merc. I've got the Cold Tower Freezers one, and the other one I didn't even bother. See, the problem is they sometimes bring back blueprints anyway, so I feel like I'd need like 12 blueprint maps to just see if he brought back 12 blueprints, right? Like we need a whole bunch. Really, we managed to self-farm 3 Smarlins so far. Nice. And I guess 2 Smarlins pays for a mage one. Hmm. 315,000 wheat, 315,000 corn, and then whatever the fuck amount of dust it is that you need to make it to 17 mil. Isn't either way, I got a few diffraction bases. Just reforged chaos. $8 mil something. That makes sense. I could take 3 more of them for 15% more maps. Or I could take 3 new scarab nodes. Was it 17 mil strat? It was Sergog's strat. There's like 315,000 corn and wheat. And then 8 million something dust to hit 17 million per shipment. And the expected return was like 0.6 of a mirror per shipment. And it ended up being an expected return of more than the 50 million shipments. But you won't always see a mirror. Right? Because it's only 0.6. So that's only 60% of the time a mirror will come back. Right? Mirror shard, to be clear. Ooh, that's rough. 1 out of 4 on what's supposed to be 60% is rough, but you know. There's the other thing though, is that we're just assuming that it's going to work the same way as last league. Sparlan Progenesis or Abyssal Socket Weapon first? I think Abyssal Socket Weapon, because the third socket in our weapon really isn't useful. And then I would be more inclined to change to Occultist before getting either the Progenesis or the Sparlan, because that is also somewhat expensive. 92%, is it better to go? If you go Ashes, you don't need an enhance. And with the Dragon Fang, you only need a level 3 enhance. But I would rather go with the Ashes setup. So you'll find that both of those setups are going to be almost exactly the same damage. Almost exactly. But the Ashes 30% quality applies to everything else. So if you use the automation tech, or your flame dash, or your frost blink, or your fucking whirling blades, or your shield charge, like that's 15% attack speed. Your bone offering, that's another however much increased effect that is, 15% increased effect to your offering, right? Like it's another 4 projectiles on your main attack. Like all the supporting stuff get that 30% quality as well. I have no idea how this was made, but I would happily give up that 35% increased damage fracture. I think without that fracture, this is nearly impossible. It's also really important to know you do not need to put the aspect of the cat here. If you happen across it having the spot for the aspect, that's great. But if it was an elemental res roll or a chaos res or whatever, this is the harder one to craft. So it doesn't have to be crab. So you take whatever good suffix is here. We can put crab on boots or helmet, or not helmet, boots or gloves, right? Like that doesn't, those are easier to work around, right? Yeah, so you could have one like this one, which is just, you know, it's got all the stuff you need. I wish it didn't have that energy shield roll, because if it didn't, you could Elder Slam it and try and get mana on hit and have it solve that problem too. Isn't it easier to craft an empty suffix than a good suffix? Sure, but it's even easier to know that it can be empty or any of these 4, and that all of those are acceptable. Right? It's not, what I'm saying is this is one of the harder ones to get right. So this is the one you want to be flexible on. You want to know all the options that are okay. If it happens to be empty, great, put your crab there. If it happens to hit 40 fire res, keep that bitch. Right? Like you can put crab somewhere else. It doesn't need to go there. Is Mr. Bone talking doing 17 mil to a tattoo port? I think so, yeah. And just crossbin dust. I mean, I'm not doing anything. I'm just letting my dust pile up. my crops pile up. What's the war cry in this build? There is none. There is no war cry in this build. If you're looking at the config page, it's more likely that I misclicked and was meant to be like consumed a corpse recently and just might have accidentally clicked used a war cry recently or something like that. I'm looking at the chess piece. Oh, it's just +1. I'm not using the war cry gems. They're just worth nothing. It's just a +1. It is just a +1 all, no double corruption for me. But good food. I'll be back in a second. Dun, 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 dun. I think I've been looking for the war cry for like 10 minutes. Oh no. Ah. Well, I tell you what, before this gets used, let's fuck that back off. I'll take my money back, thanks. Most of it. And then, I think we're just gonna take those three. Yeah. More scarab nodes, please. Okay. Back into real farming that makes money instead of XP farms. We're gonna pump that number up. Although we don't have to pump the number of chaos we have up. That one's fine. Casual 14,000 is that? That's how you read that. 14,000 chaos. I just put a fraction with regards to George, the best way to craft it. Reforge chaos at the harvest bench. Any maximum I get +1 and other things on the Joffreys and a level. I think I had to drop minion life to give them empower. I mean, you should get a fourth. This. You do get squishier when you do it though. You lose about 25% of your tankiness to gain about 20% damage. Okay, so scarabs. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that one. And that one. And that one. Done. So what are the requirements for changing over? I believe I went over them in the video. Elder Slam time? Yeah. Just see if there's anything you can block. I don't know if there's like any Elder mods that like share a regular mod that you could block. I haven't like looked into, because I wasn't in a position to do it. Block a suffix. It's already got 3 suffixes. There's a 1 pixel line on the left that's driving me nuts. Do you mean like on the left of the screen? Like the whole screen? Oh! Ooh. Yeah? Did it fix? I just let it snap. I just let it snap back in place. Did that fix it? No? But it snapped to the corners. It moved with the game capture? Oh my god, I see it. Wait. Hold up, that's on my monitor. Oh no! I see it on my monitor! Oh no, what's that? Oh, now I see it. Oh no. What is this? Oh no. It's not OBS. I can see it. I can see that little line. Hold up. Let me just... Come on, Abyss Crack, end. I just want to play with my resolution and see if I can... Abyss Crack, I'm going to need you to end, please. Thank you. At least this is the end. Okay, hold on. Versus or a minute to sell that. Oh, if I would need to play around with Path of Building because I didn't have access to the ability to buy one of them. But I do think that I would buy it. Oh god, changing to full screen gets rid of it. Look, it's gone. But then I can't alt tab. It's back when I go to full screen windowed. Why are you doing that to me? I'll try. It has a little bit of a heart attack. It doesn't enjoy it. And change it back. What? Okay. Well. Take the ride. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, it's fixed now. It's fixed. Butters. Name of the song in the background? There is no song? You'll have to tell me because that's a song playing on your computer. At least I very much hope you can't hear my music, because that would be a big problem. It might be PoE then. Do I still have the music playing in PoE? One divine orb isn't great for your first map. I know we can't hear your music. Fantastic. Good. Because that would be an issue. I'm small. Gross. And now it's gone. Okay. It might have been that I was letting the PoE music play, which I do normally have off. I think I put it on for something earlier and forgot to turn it back off again. I guess I can do risk scopes. I need to generate a few maps first. What are you playing, He-Hulk? Oh, that might be an infinite. Pensbrand Elementalist. Just a Duck Nordic now, I'll wait for a Svalin. I would never swap without the Svalin. Remember, the real important bit is that you will lose 25% of your tankiness. You will die 25% more often wearing the Stark Monarch. So like, Make sure you're pretty sorted on tank before you do that. Also, special note, we'll never be using the Dark Monarch again, even if it gets added into the game. Because the only reason we can get away with it is that all the real important things that the Animate Guardian brings, we can actually just let our Merc bring those. And because there's a Merc, that's fine. But if there's no Merc, then that's not plausible. Is there a way to use the cast attack with a controller, aka no numlock? I mean, yeah, but it'll be the exact same way. You just don't have the numlock trick, right? Like, whatever's the easiest button for you to hold down. Like, assuming, like, if it was me, probably a trigger. And you just put the automation on, you just hold that automation down. Oh my god, your Animate Guardian and Merc. I always had it on my Animate Guardian because it's better there. But now that I don't have an Animate Guardian, I had to buy a second one and put it on my Merc. Duct tape the trigger down. The rubber band trick? Sure. I don't know what controller people do. Y'all are weird. Get a keyboard. That's real direct for somebody who much prefers to use a controller, by the way. I would love to use a controller, but PoE doesn't let me. Are you gonna is because he's closer? Yes. It is because he's closer, and also because I want aura effect on her for my auras, and I lost that, right? But of course the upside is if you put it on a Merc, you can take it back off and sell it again, so it doesn't disappear. But it's better. And you can use a controller. Nope. PoE does not have controller support, and I'm sticking to that. I know that, like, technically speaking it does, but until it does what every single other game that's an ARPG or a Bullet Heaven or a Bullet Hell or an RPG or fucking any other game of FPSs, till it does what every other game does, it doesn't have controller support. What every other game does is if you pick up a controller and you move it, you just start moving and everything plays fine. And then if you just move your mouse, you've got a mouse and keyboard again. You just have both all the time. I am not using a controller to do crafting, inventory, sales, all of that. Nope, fuck you. Until it is hot swapping between the two, as far as I am concerned, it does not have controller support. It's weird that there's no hot swapping. I've got this on YouTube, by the way, if you look back far enough. When I went to the LA event before the launch of PoE 2, I was very lucky. I got an opportunity to sit down for like 15-20 minutes with Jonathan and have like a conversation, and I got to record it, and it is on the YouTube. But during that conversation, he didn't actually know. He didn't know that people wanted hot swapping, and that's what people were complaining about. I made it very, very, very clear that's exactly what I wanted, and that every other game in existence doesn't. And he basically said, I mean, I don't think he said the words "I promise," but he basically said like, we will get that. He also said, I do not know how long that'll take because it won't be one of the top priorities, but that actually does sound pretty important, so we will have it on the list somewhere. The question is when, but it is coming. Sometimes Jonathan confuses me. Me too. He knows so much. And sometimes he doesn't know things that are like super, like basic known. I feel like everybody knows the things. But like he knows so much stuff. Like he's not clueless. He's just like missing little bits here and there. What is hot swapping exactly? This. I would like to be able to use a controller, but I only want to use a controller to map. I don't want to come back to my hideout and do all this shit. So when I play any other game, I map and do combat with a controller, and then I do all my crafting, inventory, selling, everything else with a keyboard and mouse. Extra added benefit, you're constantly changing your grip. So like, you sometimes are on a keyboard and mouse, you sometimes are on a controller, and your hands feel way better. Development got at this league, but no, they didn't really have a year of development though. You know, that's not bad though. Like an extra 18 life on hit is not fucking horrid. Technically, I do have a second shot. Nah, you still need mana. Craft prefix. That bit's pretty much mandatory.
Valor, I punched a building and broke my hand. I don't care what anyone says, I'm never hitting the gym again.
That's pretty good, I like that. Ooh, ooh. Well, one of my holy relics died again. To volatile cause, can't help it. I'm glad I happen to have enough free mana to resummon them without turning off auras, so that'd be real annoying. still need. Is mana an issue after removing the life and mana cost nodes? No, so long as you've got enough free mana and enough mana gain on hit. I've got 3 now instead of like 1. And I've kept like 113 free mana so that I have enough of a gap to be able to still do everything. I do not think 1 mana on hit would be enough anymore. And if I only had like 60 mana or something, that would probably also cause a problem. I wouldn't craft on that again, because that's like sellable really well in its current state. Wonder how much I need to add to live through volatile cores. Like volatile cores in juiced maps that have like monster damage and double extras elemental or something. I still don't want to die to it. I wonder if that's even a thing that I can possibly do. Puzzle box. As long as we can't give the Valdos to the map runners. Nah, I get it. Plus, I'm pretty sure that didn't work last league. Like, I'm pretty sure we already do that. So many useless Valdos could be used. Yeah, but it's not like we're struggling for like, oh man, I wish I had more maps to feed to my mappers in town. What is the mana cost of your Lancing Steel? 7. Which is more than I want it to be. Oh Lord. Ah, thanks. Thanks for killing all my holy relics. Fucking bullshit. Boom. That's not it. So there used to actually be some uses for these maps, right? Like some of these maps that give like shit stuff, like have pretty good things on them, like chance for dropped maps to convert to Shaper maps, Elder maps, Conqueror maps, Scarabs, with like they can. This one doesn't have good pack size, but they can have good pack size and great quantity at the same time. And people used to get these bad ones with bad rewards that had good easy mods. There's like a list of them somewhere, and then like just buy them from trade and run them as if they were maps, like not caring about the reward, just like chance for drop maps to convert to Scarab. And now that 16.5s exist, that's not very important, right? But like that used to be a thing. Especially before the real tier 17s were released. Yeah. Yeah, especially before that. Well, we didn't make an exceptionally large amount of money today because I only ran like 20 of those maps and then decided to give up and go power level instead. Is it spawning constantly? Yeah, they bug out sometimes. That one will never give you anything. It doesn't drop any loot anymore. And it'll never move on. But we hit level 100. Still made a few thousand chaos. But I'm gonna call it a day and jump off. Tits time. Also, it turns out we're starting gym again fucking tomorrow. Like in the morning. Back to the gym. I was going like 5 days a week until the league started. And then I haven't been since. So, it's time. Super happy to finally be level 100. Feels great. Make a ton of money tomorrow. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna run. I will see everybody tomorrow. I literally came from gym to the stream. Nice. Nice. Oh, we're starting back up to tomorrow in the morning, first thing in the morning. Goodbye.